Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I'm a house sitter, and the family photos keep adding new people, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first new person appeared in the hallway photo sometime between me dropping a spoon in the kitchen sink and coming back with a wet rag. That's how ordinary it was at first. A spoon, a sink, the faint onion smell from the cutting board, because I had made myself the kind of dinner you make in someone else's house when you don't want to use their real food: toast, scrambled eggs, half a tomato, salt from a ceramic pig by the stove. Rain ticked at the windows with that soft, patient rhythm coastal Massachusetts gets in October. Not dramatic, just steady enough to make the gutters talk. And then there he was, not in the house, not standing at the end of the hall. Nothing like that. He was in the photo. The frame hung beside the downstairs bathroom, one of 8 black frames arranged in a careful little family history wall. I'd passed it maybe 15 times that afternoon while carrying in my backpack, checking the thermostat, trying to find the Wi-Fi password, and telling myself that house sitting for rich people wasn't creepy if the towels smelled expensive. The photo had shown 4 people on a beach, the parents, their teenage daughter, their little boy, all smiling into hard summer sun. I remembered it because the dad had one hand lifted like he was blocking glare, and the kid had a green shovel jammed under his arm like a weapon. Now there were 5. A man I didn't recognize stood at the far left edge of the photo, half behind the mother's shoulder, wearing a navy windbreaker zipped to his throat. His face was small because of the distance, but clear enough. Pale, narrow, looking directly at the camera while everyone else squinted toward whoever took the picture. I stood there holding the rag, water slipping from the corner of it onto my sock. For a few seconds, my brain did what brains do when they don't want trouble. It offered me excuses. Maybe I hadn't noticed him before. Maybe the glass caught a reflection from the window behind me. Maybe this was one of those trendy photo edits, some family joke, an uncle cropped in badly. I leaned closer. The hallway light hummed overhead. Somewhere in the walls, the old heating system made a little metallic knock, like someone tapping a spoon once against a pipe. The man stayed there. My name is Lena Hart. I'm 26, and I had been house sitting for the Whitcomb family for exactly 6 hours when I started doubting my own memory. I lived in Providence, Rhode Island, in a 3rd-floor apartment above a nail salon that always smelled faintly of acetone and fried garlic from the Vietnamese place next door. My regular work was dull, but steady remote customer support for a software company whose clients used phrases like circle back, even when they were angry. House sitting was the side job I took because my student loans did not care that I was tired. I liked empty houses, usually. That was the thing. I liked other people's quiet. Their dishwashers, their labeled pantry bins, their guest bedrooms with stiff pillows no one had broken in. I liked being trusted with keys, instructions, alarm codes. It made me feel more competent than I felt most days. Whitcomb House sat on a wooded side road outside Manchester by the sea, not far from Singing Beach, though far enough that the ocean was only a smell when the wind came right. Salt, wet leaves, cold stone. The house itself was old in the polished New England way. Cedar shingles, white trim, hydrangeas cut back for the season. A gravel driveway that made every tire sound expensive. Inside, it was all pale walls, framed art, built-in shelves, and floors that complained politely under your feet. I had met the family that morning before they left for Logan. Mara Whitcomb, 42, female, was the mother. A neat, alert woman with dark blonde hair twisted into a clip, and the kind of calm voice people use when they are used to being obeyed without raising it. She walked me through the house with a mug of coffee in one hand and her phone in the other, telling me which plants needed water, which windows stuck, and how the back door had to be pulled hard before the deadbolt would catch. "Not hard like you're mad at it," she'd said, demonstrating with a small grunt. "Hard like it owes you money." Her husband, Grant Whitcomb, 44, male, worked in commercial real estate and looked exactly like someone who owned 3 different kinds of fleece jacket. He had a friendly face that seemed practiced, but not fake. He kept apologizing for things that were not problems. "Sorry about the driveway," he said, while loading suitcases into the back of their Volvo. "The gravel kicks up mud when it rains. Sorry about the thermostat too. It's possessed." Their daughter, Sophie Whitcomb, 16, female, appeared halfway down the stairs in a sweatshirt with a boarding school crest and earbuds in, watching me with teenage caution. She had Mara's sharp eyes, but none of her social varnish. "You're not going in my room, right?" she asked. "Soft," Mara said. I lifted both hands. "Only if there's smoke or running water." Sophie considered that. "Or if Oliver put something dead in there." From behind the couch came Oliver Whitcomb, 9, male, small for his age, with messy brown hair and a backpack shaped like a dinosaur hanging off one shoulder. He held up a plastic lizard by the tail. "This isn't dead, it's rubber." "That one is," Sophie said. "I meant last time." Oliver grinned at me. "It was a mole." "It was a mouse," Grant said from the door. "It had weird hands," Oliver insisted. Those were the Whitcombs, at least as they introduced themselves to me. Mara with her lists, Grant with his apologies, Sophie with her guarded room, Oliver with pockets full of small horrors. They were leaving for a week in London because Grant's sister was getting married, and someone needed to feed their cat, keep an eye on the house, and sleep there so their insurance company and Mara's anxiety could both rest. Cat was named Juniper, female, 11 years old, gray, overweight, and deeply uninterested in me, unless I operated a can opener. She had one clouded eye and a habit of sitting in doorways like she owned the concept of passage. Mara gave me a printed sheet, then texted me a digital copy, then made me take a picture of the alarm panel. "You really don't have to answer the door for anyone," she said as she handed me the key. "Deliveries can stay outside. Neighbors know we're away." Got it. The only neighbor who might come by is Ruth Bell. She's across the road, white cape with blue shutters. 70-ish, short gray hair, walks like she's late for something. She has our spare key for emergencies, but she shouldn't need anything. Grant shut the trunk. Ruth knows everyone's business before it happens. She also brought us soup when Oliver had pneumonia, Mara said, giving him a look. A benevolent spy, Grant said. I smiled because they were smiling. Then Mara touched my wrist lightly. Not dramatic, just enough to pull my attention back. One more thing, she said. The house makes noise. Pipes, raccoons sometimes on the porch roof, branches over the den. Don't let it spook you. That was the exact kind of thing people say that makes a house feel worse later. But at 11 in the morning, with the family rushing around, and the sky bright and Grant making a joke about British weddings being a hostage situation with fascinators, it had seemed harmless. By 5, the rain had moved in. By 6, I had learned the Wi-Fi password was written under the router in Mara's perfect block letters. By 7, I had fed Juniper, watched half an episode of a baking show, and sent my younger brother Theo a photo of the kitchen with the message, "Rich people have a drawer just for cloth napkins." Theo Hart, 23 male, was back in Providence, working nights as an EMT, and pretending he did not worry about me. He replied 10 minutes later, "Don't steal anything haunted." I wrote, too late. The salt pig whispered my name. He sent a skull emoji. I didn't tell him the real reason that joke landed a little hard. My private flaw, if you want to call it that, was that I had a bad habit of staying calm past the point where calm was useful. I mistook freezing for handling things. It came from growing up with a father who turned every inconvenience into a courtroom, and a mother who measured safety by how quiet the room could get. When something went wrong, I became useful, polite, careful. I watched faces. I made tea. I cleaned glass from the floor. Later, alone, I shook. So when I saw the extra man in the family photo, I did not scream. I did not run outside into the rain. I stood there with the rag dripping onto my sock, trying to solve it like a customer support ticket. Had the frame changed? No. Had the photo always looked crowded? I didn't think so. Could it be a reflection? I shifted left. The man didn't move. I lifted my phone and turned on the flashlight, angling it against the glass. The beam made a white smear over Mara's shoulder, then slid across the stranger's face. He had deep-set eyes, thin lips, a small dark mark near one cheekbone. The hallway smelled like lemon cleaner and wet wool from my sweater. Juniper padded up behind me, making a soft, breathy sound through her nose. "You see this?" I whispered, because people talk to animals when people are not available. Juniper looked at the wall, then at me, then sat down and began washing one paw. Helpful. I took a picture of the framed photo with my phone. That should have settled me. Technology makes things feel accountable. If the phone captured the stranger, then he was in the print. If it didn't, then I was dealing with glare fatigue, some trick of glass and hallway light. The phone captured him. I zoomed in until the image pixelated. There he was, standing behind the Whitcombs on the beach like he had arrived late and unwanted. A sound came from the front of the house, not loud, not even necessarily inside. A muted scrape against the porch, followed by a quick double tap. I stopped breathing through my mouth. Rain tapped. The refrigerator clicked on. The hallway light hummed. The scrape came again. I told myself it was a branch. Mara had said branches over the den. The den was on the other side of the house, but still, Trees moved. Houses shifted. Rich people's houses probably made richer noises. I walked to the front room anyway, because not checking felt worse. The front room had tall windows facing the road, though at night they worked more like mirrors. My reflection came toward me. Wet hair tied badly, oversized sweater, old jeans, one sock darker than the other from the rag. Beyond the glass, the porch light made a yellow circle on the wet steps. Leaves stuck flat to the stone. No one there. The scrape sounded again from my left. I flinched hard enough to bump the side table. A ceramic bowl rattled, keys inside it jumping with a bright, small clink. Juniper had leapt onto the window bench. Her claws slipped against the painted wood. That was all. Just the cat, trying to wedge herself behind the curtain. "Great," I said, too loudly. "Perfect. Love that." My laugh came out thin. I went back to the hallway, annoyed with myself in the way you get annoyed when fear has made you look foolish in an empty room. I wiped up the water I'd dripped on the floor. Then, because I wanted proof that I wasn't spiraling, I checked the other frames. The first was Mara and Grant on their wedding day, standing outside a church with red doors. Just the two of them. The second showed Sophie as a toddler in a yellow raincoat, splashing in a puddle beside a younger-looking Grant. Normal. The third showed baby Oliver asleep on Mara's chest, both of them washed in hospital light. Normal. The fourth was the beach photo with the stranger. The fifth showed the family in ski clothes at what looked like Stowe, Vermont. 4 people. Snow, red cheeks, no stranger. The sixth showed the kids with Juniper as a kitten, Sophie missing a front tooth, Oliver barely standing. Normal. The seventh showed the family at a long outdoor table with other relatives, maybe a Thanksgiving or birthday. I counted faces twice and had no idea who belonged. The eighth was recent. All 4 Whitcombs on their front steps, hydrangeas blooming around them. It had probably been taken that summer. Mara's hand rested on Oliver's shoulder. Sophie looked impatient. Grant smiled too wide. Normal. I stood there for another minute, listening to the house. Then I did the reasonable thing. I texted Mara. "Hi, sorry to bother you. Quick weird question, the beach photo in the downstairs hall. Is there supposed to be another man in it on the left side? I may just not have noticed him earlier." I added the picture. The message sat there with the little sending bar for longer than it should have. Then it delivered. No response. Of course there was no response. They were probably in the air or exhausted at Heathrow or trying to keep Oliver from licking an airport window. Still, once I had sent it, the photo seemed less like a puzzle and more like evidence I had mishandled. I suddenly hated that the message existed. What was Mara supposed to do with that? Oh, yes, our haunted hallway picture. Thanks, Lena. Please water the fern. I opened the printed instruction sheet to distract myself. Juniper. 1 can wet food at 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. dry food as needed, but don't let her bully you. Plants. Kitchen herbs every other day. Fern in upstairs bath mist daily. Trash, bins out Thursday night. Recycling blue lid. Alarm, stay mode at night. Code 1849. Emergency contacts. Ruth Bell, neighbor. Theo Hart, your brother, was not on the sheet, obviously. but my thumb hovered over his name in my phone anyway. Then my phone buzzed. Not Mara, Theo, haunted salt update. I stared at his message, then at the beach photo, then at the hallway itself. The extra man looked unchanged, though after staring long enough, every face in every frame began to seem slightly wrong. Sophie's smile too flat. Grant's eyes half-lidded. Oliver's shovel held too tightly. I typed, "Actually, something weird." Deleted it. Typed, "You working tonight?" He replied, 9 to 7. Why? I could have told him. I almost did. But Theo had a job where real emergencies came in through radios and dispatch tones. He scraped people off roads. He knew what panic looked like when it had consequences. I didn't want to be the older sister calling because a rich family's photo looked different than I remembered. So I wrote, "No reason. Just bored in a house with too many throw pillows." A few seconds later, check carbon monoxide detectors. Not a joke. That was Theo. He could play along for one sentence before the EMT part of his brain grabbed the wheel. I checked. There was a detector in the hall ceiling, another near the kitchen, another upstairs. No beeping, no warning lights, nothing. I found the smart thermostat and checked the indoor air reading, because apparently the Whitcombs had a thermostat that monitored things I hadn't known thermostats cared about. Normal. I opened a window anyway for 5 minutes and let in the damp mineral smell of rain and leaves. By then, it was nearly 8. I made tea. I washed my mug. I watched Juniper eat 3 bites of dry food, walk away, then return as if surprised food still existed. I tried the baking show again, but the bright tent and cheerful British voices made the quiet around me feel arranged. At 8:37, Mara finally replied. "What do you mean?" "Just that there's someone I don't recognize in the photo," I wrote. "Left side, navy jacket." Her typing dots appeared, stopped, appeared again. Then, Grant says probably his cousin Daniel. Old photo, nothing to worry about. That should have ended it. A cousin Daniel, old photo, nothing to worry about. I read the words twice, waiting for relief to arrive. It came partway, like warmth from a heater across a room, enough to make me feel embarrassed. "Sorry," I wrote. "Long day. I think I'm over-noticing things." "No problem," she replied. "Old houses do that." Then, after a pause, "Please set the alarm before bed." I stared at that last message. Not "get some sleep," not "thanks for checking." Please set the alarm before bed. Reasonable, normal. Exactly the kind of reminder Mara would send because Mara had lists and systems and wanted her house secure. Still, I went back to the hallway. The beach photo now had 6 people. I noticed the second new person because she was closer to the center, squeezed between Sophie and Grant, where there had not been space before. A woman, maybe early 30s, dark hair pulled back tight, wearing a white blouse that looked too formal for the beach. She stood angled sideways, as if she had turned at the last second when the shutter clicked. Her right hand rested on Sophie's shoulder, not hovering, resting. My phone was already in my hand, but I didn't take a picture. Not immediately. The house had become very loud in small ways. Rain threading through the downspout, the refrigerator motor, a settling creak from upstairs, one board complaining, and then another. My own breathing through my nose, rougher than I wanted. I stepped closer to the frame. The first stranger, the man in the windbreaker, remained at the far left. The woman's face was partly shadowed by Sophie's hair, but her mouth was visible. She wasn't smiling. I looked at the other photos. Wedding photo, still 2. Toddler Sophie, still 2. Hospital photo, Mara and baby Oliver, ski photo. I stopped. There was someone in the background of the ski photo now. At first it looked like just another skier halfway down the slope, but he was too still, not blurred, not leaning, not caught in motion. He stood upright behind the Whitcombs, black goggles covering his eyes, orange rental poles planted evenly in the snow. I whispered, "No." The word came out small and stupid. My first clean thought was that someone was in the house changing the pictures. Not ghosts, not curses. A person. That thought was worse in some ways because it had weight. It had hands. Someone could open frames, swap prints, watch me react, wait until I moved to another room. The house was large enough for hiding. Closets, basement, garage, attic door at the end of the upstairs hall with a pull cord Mara had not mentioned. I backed away from the photos and moved toward the kitchen because the kitchen had knives and light and the back door. Juniper watched from under a chair. My phone buzzed in my palm. A message from Mara. "Lena, are you alone in the house?" I looked at it until the screen dimmed. Then another message came in. "Do not open the door for Ruth if she comes by." The doorbell rang. Once. A clean electronic chime that played somewhere deep in the walls, soft and expensive. I did not move. The chime faded, leaving only rain. Then came a knock. 3 polite taps. A woman's voice called through the front door, muffled but clear enough. "Lena, it's Ruth Bell from across the road. Mara asked me to check on you." I stood in the kitchen with my phone in one hand and a damp dish towel in the other, looking down the hall at the family photos that no longer showed only family. The choice in front of me should have been simple. Answer the neighbor, or trust the text. But the text had come from Mara's number, and Mara was somewhere over the Atlantic or already in England, and the person outside knew my name. The knock came again, a little firmer this time. "Lena," Ruth called. "Honey, I saw the lights flicker. Everything all right in there?" Juniper made a low sound under the chair. Not a hiss, almost a growl. I set the dish towel down without meaning to be careful, and still I folded it once over the edge of the counter because my hands needed a task. Then I walked toward the front hall, one step at a time, not yet answering, not yet running, listening to the rain on the porch roof and the faint, dry tick of the frames shifting against the wall. I did not open the door. That sounds braver than it was. Mostly, I froze in the front hall with my hand hovering near the deadbolt, close enough to feel cold coming off the seams around the door. The porch light made a yellow bar under it. Ruth's shoes shifted outside with a faint grit of wet gravel. "Lena," she called again. "Mara said you might need help." My phone screen glowed in my other hand. "Do not open the door for Ruth if she comes by." I read the message 3 times, like a 4th reading might reveal a joke, a typo, something. Behind me, the hallway photos hung in their neat black frames, and I could feel them without looking. That was ridiculous, but I could. The beach photo with 2 strangers now. ski photo with the man in goggles. The family on the porch still normal, unless it wasn't anymore, and I just hadn't checked again. I swallowed. My throat clicked. "Who did you say sent you?" I asked through the door. A pause. "Mara," Ruth said. "Mara Whitcomb," she texted me. Her voice was steady, older, slightly breathless from the rain or the hill. If she was lying, she did it without pushing too hard. "My phone's being weird," I said. "Can you call her?" I tried, straight to voicemail. That was believable. Too believable. I stepped sideways, toward the narrow window beside the door. It had frosted glass from waist height up, decorative and useless. Through the clear strip at the bottom, I saw rain-dark trousers, brown rubber boots, the tip of a closed umbrella dripping onto the porch mat. Ruth Bell, 71, female, was the neighbor across the road, according to Mara's morning description. Short gray hair, white cape with blue shutters, walked like she was late for something. I had not met her. The woman on the porch matched what little I could see and hear, which only made the situation worse. If a stranger had been wearing a mask or breathing through the mail slot, at least the choice would have been clean. My phone buzzed again. Mara, alarm company, called Grant. They got a tamper alert from the basement window sensor. "Did you open anything downstairs?" For a second, all the air in the hall seemed to thicken. I typed with both thumbs, making errors and deleting them. "No, I haven't been in the basement. Someone is at the door saying she's Ruth." The answer came fast. "Do not open. Set alarm to stay. Go upstairs. Lock bedroom door. Calling police now." Ruth knocked again. Not rude, just firm enough to say she knew I was still standing there. "Lena, honey," the side yard light came on twice. "I can see it from my kitchen. Is everything okay?" The side yard light. I turned my head slowly. The Whitcomb kitchen had a window over the sink facing the side yard, a narrow stretch between the house and thick shrubs. Earlier at dusk, I'd noticed a motion floodlight out their flare once when the wind shook the rhododendrons. I had told myself it was a raccoon or a branch. Now, from where I stood, I could just see the kitchen window at the far end of the hall. Black glass, my reflection, the faint outline of cabinets, no light, no movement. Then the window flashed white. The side yard floodlight snapped on, hard and sudden, bleaching the kitchen tiles and making every hanging pan throw a dark hook-shaped shadow against the wall. I backed away from the front door. Outside, Ruth said, "There, see, again." I turned my phone over in my palm because my fingers were slick and I almost dropped it. Set alarm to stay. That was the instruction. Concrete, doable. A task. I was good with tasks. When my father used to pace our kitchen in Providence, voice getting louder with every bill on the counter, I washed dishes until my hands went pink. When my mother cried in the laundry room, I folded towels with hospital corners. When Theo crashed his bike at 12 and came home with his chin split open, I pressed a clean t-shirt under his jaw and told him to breathe. Useful, polite, careful. I moved to the alarm panel by the mudroom. The little screen glowed blue. System ready, I pressed stay. It asked for the code. My finger hit 1846. The panel gave a flat little beep. Invalid code, damn it. I tried again too fast. The panel accepted it with a chirp. Armed stay, Exit delay, a countdown began at 60 seconds. I stared at it. Exit delay. Had I done it wrong? Stay mode should have armed inside, shouldn't it? Or maybe it gave time to close a door. I didn't know. Rich people security systems had moods. 38 seconds. From the front porch, Ruth called. I'm going to call the police if you don't answer me. Police are already being called, I shouted back before thinking. Silence outside. Then Ruth's voice changed, losing some of the neighborly softness. By who? I didn't answer. 29 seconds. The side yard light went dark. The kitchen dropped back into reflection and rain. Then something hit the basement door below me. Not a crash, not glass. A heavy thud from under the floor, followed by a scrape, like furniture dragging over concrete. I made a sound I didn't recognize. Juniper shot out from under the kitchen chair and ran toward the stairs, belly low, claws ticking on hardwood. 15 seconds. I grabbed the printed instruction sheet from the counter because my brain insisted paper mattered, then snatched a knife from the block. The knife was too long and too clean, and immediately felt stupid in my hand. Still, I kept it. The alarm panel chirped again. Armed stay for one blessed second. Nothing happened. Then the panel started screaming. A shrill, pulsing alarm blasted through the house, so loud it seemed to strike the bones behind my ears. Red text flashed on the screen. Basement window fault. The doorbell chimed at the same time. Once, twice. Then Ruth pounded on the door. Lena, open the door. Now. I stumbled back, knife in one hand, phone in the other, the printed sheet trapped under my elbow. My screen lit with an incoming call. Mara Whitcomb. I answered and clamped it to my ear. Lena, Mara's voice came through thin and broken, with airport noise behind her rolling luggage, a muffled announcement, Oliver saying something in the distance. Are you upstairs? No, I said, because lying seemed pointless and childish. The alarm's going off. It says basement window. Ruth is outside. The side light keeps turning on. Go upstairs, Mara said, right now. What is happening? Go upstairs, lock yourself in the primary bedroom, and stay on the phone. Mara, who is Ruth? She's our neighbor. She says you sent her. I didn't. The alarm screamed between us. My whole body wanted to obey Mara's voice because it had authority, because she was the homeowner, because she knew the house. But another part of me, small, stubborn, raised by too many adults who sounded calm while hiding things, caught on the gap. Why did you tell me not to open for her? I asked. Mara said nothing for half a beat. Too long. Mara. Grant's voice came faintly behind her. Is she inside? Ask if she's inside. Mara covered the phone badly. I heard fabric scrape, then her sharp whisper, not now. The basement thudded again. This time the floor under my socks trembled. I ran. Not gracefully. The knife banged against the stair rail. The printed sheet slid from under my arm and floated down 2 steps behind me. Juniper was already halfway up, a gray blur with her tail puffed huge. The stairs turned at a landing beneath a framed watercolor of the harbor. As I rounded it, I looked down despite myself. The hallway family photos were visible below, angled along the wall. The front step photo had changed. It was supposed to show 4 Whitcombs on the porch in summer. Now someone stood behind them in the open front door. Just a shape at first glance. A man, maybe. Dark shirt. One hand on the interior doorframe. The alarm light flashed red across the glass, making him seem to blink in and out. I kept moving. Upstairs, the house felt colder. The hall carpet muffled my footsteps in a way I hated. Doors lined both sides. Sophie's closed with a sticker that said nope. Oliver's half open with a plastic dinosaur on the floor, guest room, bathroom, primary bedroom at the end. Mara was still talking. Lena, answer me. I'm upstairs. Primary bedroom. There's a lock. Why would someone be in your basement? We don't know that someone is, Mara. Her breath crackled through the speaker. There was a break-in 3 months ago. I stopped outside the primary bedroom door. What? Nothing was taken. We thought it was teenagers. Grant scared someone off when he came home early. Grant's voice behind her. We don't know it's connected. Connected to what? I asked. The alarm cut off suddenly. The absence of it felt like pressure dropping before a storm. Ears rang. Rain returned. The heating system knocked once in the wall. Then the front door opened downstairs. I know the sound of a front door opening. Everyone does. The seal breaking, the dull shift of weight, hinges moving in a house that had been holding its breath. Mara, I whispered. What was that? The front door. That's not possible. Deadbolt. I didn't unlock it. Ruth has a spare, Mara said. The way she said it made something in me sink. You told me she had a spare for emergencies. Downstairs, Ruth called. Lena, I'm inside. Don't be frightened. Her voice echoed from the front hall. Juniper vanished under the primary bed. I pushed into the room and shut the door. The lock was a small brass turn button, not comforting. I twisted it anyway. The primary bedroom smelled like cedar, laundry detergent, and Mara's perfume, faint and expensive. A king bed faced 3 windows overlooking the back lawn and trees. Matching lamps. A chair with Grant's folded sweater over it. Family photos on the dresser. Of course, there were more photos. I did not look at them yet. Mara, I said, Ruth is inside. Get away from the door. Is there a dresser you can move? There's a chair. Use it. The chair was upholstered and heavier than it looked. I dragged it under the knob, legs scraping softly against the rug. It was not enough. Nothing in that room was enough. From downstairs, Ruth called again. I'm only here to help. The alarm company called me because I'm on the list. I put the phone on speaker and set it on the bed so I could keep the knife. Is she on the list? Mara didn't answer. Grant did. His voice came closer now, strained but controlled. She was. We removed her. Why? Another pause. Another one of those adult silences, packed full. Because she was coming into the house when we weren't home, Grant said. The floor outside the bedroom creaked. Not downstairs. Upstairs hall. I stared at the door. Ruth's voice floated up, closer now. Lena, the police will need you downstairs when they arrive. You shouldn't hide from them. Mara said, do not answer her. I can hear you, Mara, Ruth called. The phone seemed to go dead in my hand, even though the call stayed connected. Mara made a small sound, not a scream, not a word. Ruth was at the top of the stairs. How can she hear you? I whispered. She can't, Grant said too quickly. Ruth knocked on the bedroom door, 3 taps. The chair trembled under the knob. Lena, she said, gently now. I know they told you things. I know they're scared. But you're in that house, not them. I gripped the knife with both hands. My wrists hurt from tension. What do you want? I asked. Mara hissed. Don't engage. Ruth heard me anyway. I want you out of the house before he comes back. Behind the line, Grant swore. Mara said, she's lying. Who? I asked. No one answered fast enough. Ruth spoke through the wood. Ask Mara about the photographs. The room shrank around me. The dresser photos sat in the corner of my vision like small black windows. I turned despite myself. There were 5 frames on the dresser. Wedding, kids, family vacation, school portrait, a black and white photo of the house from decades ago, probably before the Whitcombs bought it. In the black and white house photo, 3 people stood on the front lawn. Not the Whitcombs. Older clothes. A woman in a knee-length coat. A boy with a bicycle. A man in shirt sleeves. And behind an upstairs window, this upstairs window, maybe this room, a face looked out. The print was grainy, but the face had the same narrow shape as the man in the beach photo. Same pale forehead. Same dark mark near one cheekbone. My phone buzzed with a new text while Mara's call was still open. Unknown number. You have 11 minutes before the police arrive. Do not let Ruth take you out front. Go through the back. I stared at it. The message included a photo. A live-looking, grainy night shot of the Whitcomb front porch. Ruth's umbrella leaned by the door, and at the edge of the porch, half hidden beyond the yellow light, stood a man in a navy windbreaker. The same man from the beach photo, only older, real, outside. I dropped the phone onto the bed like it had burned me. Ruth knocked once more. Lena, she said, open this door. There isn't time. The line crackled. Mara said my name again and again, but each time it sounded farther away, swallowed by airport noise and bad service, and the alarm company hold music cutting in underneath. The concrete problem became horribly simple. Someone had tripped a basement sensor. Ruth had entered with a key she wasn't supposed to have. A man from the altered photos might be outside the house, and the police were still minutes away. 11 minutes, if the anonymous text was real. Less, if it was. I had to decide whether to stay locked in a bedroom with a useless chair under the knob, trust the woman outside the door, or try to get out the back before whoever was on the porch came in. The old Lena, the useful Lena, wanted to wait for instructions. Wanted Mara to tell me which adult was safe. Wanted someone else to choose, so if it went wrong, I could say I had only done what I was told. But I was the one in the house. The doorknob turned. The chair caught it, shifting an inch. Ruth sighed on the other side, tired and sad. They changed the back door lock last month, she said. Did Mara tell you it sticks, or did she tell you it traps? From somewhere below us, the basement door slammed open. Not creaked, slammed. A hard wooden crack that rolled through the house. Juniper bolted from under the bed and threw herself against the closed bathroom door, yowling. The phone on the bed lit again. Unknown number. Back now. Ruth said, he's inside. The bedroom door handle twisted harder, and this time the chair leg began to slide. The chair did not hold. It bought me maybe 4 seconds, which I guess is more than nothing. The knob twisted again, harder, and the upholstered chair scraped over the rug in short, ugly jerks. One leg caught in the carpet pile, bent sideways, then skipped free. I stood with the knife pointed at the door like I had seen people do in movies. except my wrist was shaking so badly the blade flashed left, right, left in the lamplight. "Lena," Ruth said through the door, "move away from it. Stop pushing." "I'm not pushing." That was the first thing that made me look down. The chair moved another inch. The knob turned again. But Ruth's shadow under the door was not close enough. There was a second shadow, lower, wider, moving wrong. The door jumped inward with a dry crack around the latch. I backed up into the side of the bed, my thigh hitting the wooden frame hard enough to send pain up into my hip. Juniper screamed from the bathroom door, a raw, ripping sound. Then something gray and flat shoved through the gap under the bedroom door. For one stupid, breathless second, I thought it was a hand. I made a sound and slashed downward. The blade hit wood. A metallic clink followed. The thing under the door jerked back. "Jesus Christ," Ruth snapped from the hall. "Don't stab the cat doorstop." I stared. It was not a hand. It was a rubber wedge, the kind you use to prop open heavy doors, tied to a strip of gray duct tape and pushed in with something thin from the other side. The terrifying, crawling shape had been a doorstop. Misdirection. Real, humiliating. My knees went watery anyway. "Why are you wedging my door?" I said. "To keep it from locking behind us if we have to move fast," Ruth said. "Now listen to me. The man downstairs is not here for you, but if he thinks you saw his face, that changes." On the bed, my phone crackled with Mara's voice. "Lena, do not listen to her. Stay where you are." "Then tell me the truth," I said, and my voice came out ragged. "Right now, both of you. Somebody tell me one true thing." No one did. That was the answer, really. The house seemed to tilt around that silence. The primary bedroom at the back of the second floor. The hallway outside running toward the stairs. The stairs dropping to the front hall with the family photos on the wall. The kitchen beyond that. And under all of it, the basement with its broken sensor and the sound of someone moving. The first attempt was the obvious one. Call 911 myself. I grabbed the phone from the bed, still keeping the knife in my other hand, and ended Mara's call before she could stop me. My thumb slipped twice before I hit emergency call. The screen changed. The little tones sounded. Nothing. The call tried, failed, tried again. "Call failed, no," I whispered. I moved to the windows overlooking the back lawn. Outside was black trees, wet grass, the pale square of the detached garage near the end of the gravel drive. No visible road from this side, only woods sloping toward a stone wall. I lifted the phone higher, as if one more inch of air might make the network remember me. One bar, then none. Ruth spoke through the door, softer now. "Cell service drops on that side of the house. Old stone foundation, wet weather. Go to the front rooms or use the landline in the kitchen." "The landline," I said. "Mara keeps one for the alarm system." I almost laughed. Of course there was a landline. Of course it was downstairs. A thud came from below. Then another. Not random. A rhythm. Someone climbing basement stairs. Ruth said, "We need to move." "Why should I go anywhere with you?" "Because I'm the only person in the house telling you to get out of the room that has no exterior exit." I looked at the 3 windows behind me. She was right in the worst possible way. They overlooked the back lawn, but the drop was one full story onto wet flagstone edging the garden beds. Not impossible, but with shaking legs and a cat shrieking in the bathroom, it was not an escape. It was a broken ankle in the rain. The doorknob stopped moving. Ruth had stopped pushing too. She said, "I'm going to open it now. I'll keep my hands where you can see them." I should have refused. Instead, I stepped to the side, away from the direct line of the door, because some practical part of my brain was still working. The door opened 3 inches, then 10. Ruth Bell stood in the hallway with both hands raised. Mara had described her well enough. Short gray hair plastered from rain, narrow face, brown raincoat over a thick sweater, rubber boots leaving dark marks on the carpet. She was small but not fragile. Her eyes went first to the knife, then to my face, then past me to Juniper still yowling at the bathroom. "Put the knife down or hold it lower," she said. "You're more likely to cut yourself." "I'm not putting it down." "Then hold it lower." I did, because my wrist hurt. Ruth glanced toward the stairs. "We try the kitchen phone first. If he's in the basement stairwell, we don't go down the main stairs. There's a back stair off the laundry room, yes." I had seen it earlier when Mara gave the tour. A narrow servant-style stair tucked behind a door near the upstairs linen closet, descending to the mudroom by the back door. At the time I had thought it was charming. Now it felt like a throat in the house. "I don't know where it comes out exactly," I said. "Mudroom. Back of kitchen. Came up from the basement. He'll come out near the front hall." "You know this house pretty well for someone they removed from the list." Her mouth tightened. "I babysat Grant when he was Oliver's age. I knew this house before Mara painted every room the color of oatmeal." That was a new fact, and it landed heavily. Ruth was not just a neighbor. She was part of the house's older orbit, older than the Whitcombs' clean rugs and printed instructions. We moved. Not fast at first. Fast makes noise. Ruth led, and I followed with the knife. And Juniper, apparently deciding all humans were idiots, but moving humans were better than trapped rooms, slipped between us and trotted low along the wall. The upstairs geography came to me in fragments. Primary bedroom at the back, bathroom to the left, guest room opposite, Sophie's door closed with the nope sticker, Oliver's room open, dinosaur on its side. At the far end, stairs down to the front hall. Halfway along the hall, by the linen closet, the narrow door to the back stair. We had almost reached it when the front stairs creaked. Ruth froze. I froze behind her. A light moved below. Not the red alarm flash this time. A flashlight beam sliding up the lower wall, crossing the framed harbor watercolor, vanishing, then returning. Someone was on the main stairs. Ruth grabbed my sleeve and pulled me into Oliver's room. It smelled like dust, crayons, and little boy bedding, that warm laundry smell under plastic toy smell. Glow in the dark stars covered the ceiling. Rain tapped harder at the window. Ruth shut the door until it was open only a finger width. Through the gap, I watched the flashlight reach the upstairs landing. A man stepped into view. Navy windbreaker, hood down. Wet hair stuck to his forehead. Pale face, narrow, dark mark near one cheekbone. The same man. Real, not a photo. He held a flashlight in one hand and something black and heavy in the other. Not a gun. I told myself that quickly. Not a gun. It looked like a pry bar or tire iron. His shoes were wrapped in something, plastic bags maybe, tied at the ankles. That detail made my stomach turn more than the weapon. It was practical, prepared. He paused at the top of the stairs, listened. Ruth's hand closed around my wrist, so tight her nails dug in. Juniper, because cats are agents of chaos, jumped onto Oliver's desk. A cup of colored pencils tipped, rolled, and spilled. The sound was tiny, but bright. The man's head turned. Ruth shoved me backward toward the closet. I hit the sliding door with my shoulder. Pain burst hot under my collarbone. The flashlight beam swept across Oliver's bedroom door, then down the hallway, not into the room, past it. The man moved toward the primary bedroom. The terrifying moment passed, and my body did not know what to do with that. My legs kept trembling. My arm throbbed. I could smell my own sweat under Mara's clean house smell. Ruth leaned close enough that I felt her damp sleeve against mine. Now, we slipped out and crossed to the back stair door. Ruth opened it. The stairwell was narrow, uncarpeted, and dark, except for the spill of hallway light behind us. It dropped steeply, turning once halfway down. Walls were painted white, but scuffed at shoulder height from laundry baskets and old furniture. Air came up from below smelling like detergent, wet leaves, and something sharper metal, maybe from the basement. This was our second attempt. Get downstairs by the back stair, reach the kitchen landline, call police, then get out the back door if we could. Ruth went first. I followed. Juniper refused, then changed her mind when a floorboard creaked behind us. Halfway down, my socks slipped on the narrow tread. I grabbed the wall, and the knife scraped paint, leaving a pale gouge. My shoulder screamed. Ruth reached back to steady me. "Quiet," she whispered. "I'm trying." The back stair ended at a small landing with a door. Through it, I could hear the kitchen, refrigerator hum, rain against the window, and somewhere farther away, the slow creak of footsteps upstairs. Ruth eased the door open. We came out into the mudroom, exactly where she said we would. To our left, the back door with its stubborn deadbolt. Ahead, the kitchen. To the right, a short hall leading toward the main front hall and the basement door. The kitchen lights were still on. The landline sat on a little desk nook beside cookbooks and a ceramic bowl full of rubber bands. Beige handset, curled cord. I had never been so relieved to see outdated technology. I picked it up, dead, not just no dial tone. Loose, empty silence. Ruth took it from me, pressed the hook switch twice, listened, then followed the cord to the wall. Cut. Cleanly cut near the baseboard. The trap tightened. "Okay," she said, but her voice had gone thin. "Okay," I stared at the sliced cord. "You said landline. It worked last month." "You were here last month," she looked at me. "Not the point." "It feels like the point." A floorboard groaned upstairs. The man had left the primary bedroom. I whispered, "What does he want?" Ruth went to the kitchen window and looked out toward the side yard, keeping herself low. "Photographs." "Don't say it like that's normal." "He takes them, copies them, puts people in them. Sometimes he leaves them where families will find them." "Why?" "Because he wants them to know he was close." I thought of the man in the beach photo, the woman with her hand on Sophie, the face in the old house photo. My skin seemed to shrink around me. That doesn't explain the new ones appearing tonight. No, Ruth said. That means he got in earlier and swapped them while you were distracted. Or he's been inside longer than you think. My stomach lurched. I remembered the spoon, the sink, my wet rag, the few minutes in the kitchen when the hallway was empty behind me, the frames shifting against the wall. He was inside before the basement sensor, I said. Maybe. Ruth looked toward the mudroom door. Lena, there's no version of this where guessing keeps us alive. The back door was 6 feet away. I crossed to it. The deadbolt turned halfway and stopped. Mara's voice from the morning came back with cruel clarity, hard like it owes you money. I pulled hard. The door did not open. I pulled harder. The deadbolt scraped, but would not retract fully. My injured shoulder burned white hot. I bit down on a cry and tasted metal where I caught the inside of my cheek. Ruth moved in beside me. Let me. Together we pulled, lifted, shoved. Nothing. Then I saw it. A new screw had been driven through the upper edge of the door into the frame. Small, dark, almost hidden in the painted wood. Not part of the lock, not old hardware. A simple, ugly fix. Someone had pinned the back door shut. Ruth saw it too. Damn him. That was our second attempt failing. Kitchen phone cut, back door trapped. From upstairs came a sharp bang. A door slammed open. Then the man's voice. Ruth. He knew she was inside. Ruth grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the back door. Garage, she whispered. How? Side door through laundry, across the patio, then gravel. The side yard where the light keeps coming on. Yes, that seems bad. It is bad. The front is worse. We killed the kitchen lights. Ruth flicked the switch, and the room dropped into a blue-black wash from the rain-bright windows. My eyes needed a second. Too long. Everything became edges. Counter, island, chair backs, Juniper's pale eye under the table. We moved from the kitchen into the laundry room. It was small and smelled of drier sheets, warm dust, and wet coats. A narrow exterior door opened to the side yard. This one had a simple lock and a glass pane covered by a Roman shade. Ruth lifted the shade a finger's width. The side yard ran like a corridor between the house and shrubbery. Slick flagstones, garbage bins, coiled hose, floodlight mounted above. Beyond it, the path bent toward the detached garage and the gravel drive, where Ruth's house was across the road. Shrubs were dense enough that anyone standing in them could be 3 feet away and invisible. The floodlight was off. Ruth unlocked the side door. The tiny click sounded enormous. A noise came from the kitchen behind us. Not footsteps, a clatter. Juniper had jumped onto the counter and knocked the ceramic salt pig into the sink. It broke with a blunt crack, pieces skittering into the basin. For half a second, I thought the man was already in the room. My heart kicked so hard I had to grab the washer. Then Juniper landed on the floor and darted past my ankles, tail high with panic. Cat, Ruth breathed. I laughed once, silently, without humor. Another misdirection. Another ordinary thing disguised as death. Then the upstairs floor creaked directly above the laundry room. Ruth opened the side door. Cold rain hit my face. We went out. The side yard floodlights snapped on instantly, white and brutal. The whole narrow path lit up like a stage. I ducked, uselessly. Ruth pulled me forward. Flagstones were slick with wet leaves. My one damp sock soaked through immediately. I had lost the other slipper somewhere upstairs and hadn't noticed until cold stabbed my foot. The knife was still in my hand. I didn't remember deciding to keep it. Behind us, from inside the house, the man shouted Ruth's name again. Not angry now, amused. We reached the bend in the path. The garage stood ahead, a 2-car detached structure with white doors and a side entry. Beyond that, the gravel driveway curved toward the road. Across the road, through rain and trees, I could see one lit window in Ruth's white cape house. "Keys," I gasped, "in my coat." Ruth patted one pocket, then the other. Her face changed. "What?" I said. "My keys." "No, I left them in the front door." The words hit harder than the rain. "You left the keys in the door. I was trying to get to you." I wanted to yell at her. I wanted to ask how someone who had survived 71 years could make a mistake like that. But my own hands were numb. My own phone was nearly useless. And I had nearly stabbed a doorstop 10 minutes earlier. We ran anyway, not to her house, to the garage, because it was closer, and because the driveway between the garage and road lay open under the porch light, exposed. The garage side door was locked. Ruth lifted a fake rock by the step. Empty. "Mara moved it," she said. Of course she did. Behind us, the side door of the house opened. The man stepped out into the floodlight. Navy windbreaker dark with rain. Pry bar in one hand, plastic over his shoes. He looked smaller in real life than fear had made him, maybe late 50s, wiry, with a face that seemed unfinished until the eyes fixed on you. Then there was nothing unfinished about him. Ruth moved in front of me. "Daniel," she said. "Cousin Daniel. Grant's cousin Daniel." The name Mara had given me like a lid slapped over a pot. And smiled. Not wide, just enough. "You shouldn't have come in, Ruth. And you shouldn't have come back," I whispered. "You know him." Ruth did not look away from him. Everybody knew him. Daniel took one step down from the side door. We backed up against the locked garage. The floodlight buzzed over us, rain streaking through it. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Unknown number again. I almost ignored it, but it kept buzzing. With my left hand, I pulled it out. A text opened over the wet screen. Garage keypad, 1849. Hurry. I looked at the side of the garage. There was a keypad mounted beside the big garage door, half hidden by climbing ivy. Same code as the alarm. Ruth saw my face. "What keypad?" We moved together. Daniel moved too. I reached the keypad first and stabbed 1849. The light flashed red. "Wrong." "No," I said. Ruth shoved me aside gently and entered 1948. Green. The garage door motor groaned. Slow. So slow. Horizontal gap opened at the bottom, black inside. Daniel started running. Ruth grabbed the bottom of the rising door and hauled upward as if her body had remembered being younger. I dropped to my knees and rolled under the gap, scraping my elbow on wet concrete. Pain tore hot down my arm. Ruth followed, not rolling so much as collapsing through, breath punching out of her. The garage door kept rising. Daniel's boots appeared outside. I slapped the wall switch. Nothing happened. The motor continued upward. "Button," Ruth yelled. I hit it. "Hold it." I held it. The motor stopped, then reversed with a grinding complaint. The door began to lower. Daniel ducked under. I swung the knife. I did not aim well. I caught his sleeve, maybe skin. He hissed and jerked back, but his free hand closed around my wrist. His grip was dry despite the rain, hard as a clamp. Ruth hit him with something from the workbench. A snow shovel. The plastic blade cracked against his shoulder. He released me. I fell backward into a stack of garden pots, elbow blazing, shoulder useless, cheek hitting concrete hard enough to spark my vision. The garage door came down between us. Daniel shoved from the outside. The rubber bottom seal bounced against the concrete, rose 3 inches, dropped again. His pry bar slid under the edge. Ruth kicked it away. The door settled shut. For 1 second, we were inside the garage, alone. Then the emergency release cord jerked overhead. Once, twice. Daniel was trying to trip it from outside with the pry bar. The garage contained a Volvo space empty from the family's trip, a wall of bikes, paint cans, beach chairs, a lawn mower, storage bins, and a side door that was locked from the inside with a deadbolt. One small window faced the backwoods. Another faced the driveway. Out the side, Ruth said. I pushed the deadbolt. It turned. The side door opened. A clean path to the driveway. Rain, gravel, road. We stumbled out, but the moment we did, headlights swept across the trees. A vehicle turned into the driveway from the road, blocking the exit. For 1 wild second, I thought police. Then I saw no light bar. A dark pickup rolled to a stop at the mouth of the drive, engine idling, headlights pinning us against the garage. Ruth whispered, "No." The driver's door opened. A woman stepped out wearing a white blouse under a dark coat, hair pulled back tight. The woman from the beach photo. The one with her hand on Sophie's shoulder. She looked at me, then at Ruth, then toward the garage door where Daniel was still working at the release cord from outside. "Inside," she called to him. "Now, before the cruiser gets here." That was the point where retreat became impossible. The house was behind us with its trapped doors and cut phone. The road was blocked by the pickup. The garage door rattled as Daniel found the release. Ruth was breathing in short, wet gasps beside me, one hand pressed to her ribs where she must have hit the concrete. My elbow was bleeding through my sleeve. My phone had 1% battery, and the screen flickered every time rain touched it. The woman by the pickup raised something small and black. A remote. Behind us, the garage door started rising again. Ruth grabbed my arm and pulled me not toward the house, not toward the road, but toward the only dark place left, the woods behind the garage, down the slope toward the old stone wall and whatever waited beyond it. We ran, and the floodlight cut out behind us. We ran into the woods because every other direction had been taken from us. The house was behind us with its cut phone and pinned doors. The driveway was blocked by the dark pickup. The garage door was rising again, slow and mechanical, with Daniel somewhere inside the noise of it. The road should have been safety, but the woman in the white blouse stood between us and it, holding the remote like she had practiced this exact little gesture. So Ruth pulled me down the slope behind the garage, and I followed because my body had finally stopped asking for permission. The woods behind the Whitcomb property were not deep forest. That's important. They were New England residential woods, the kind that looked wild until you noticed old property markers, rotting fence posts, beer cans under leaves, and a neighbor's shed light blinking through branches. The ground sloped toward a low stone wall, then flattened into a narrow strip of scrub and wet grass before rising again toward another house I could not see clearly through the rain. But in the dark, hurt and soaked and running in one sock, it might as well have been miles. Ruth was breathing badly, not just winded. Something caught in her chest on every inhale, a wet little hitch that made me think of cracked ribs. Her hand stayed clamped around my wrist until we reached the stone wall. Then she let go and bent over with both palms on her knees. "Over," she said. The wall came up to my thighs, slick with moss. I put one hand on it, and pain snapped through my injured shoulder so sharply that my vision pinched at the edges. "I can't. You can. I can't lift with this arm." Then fall ugly. Behind us, Daniel shouted, "Ruth!" Not close yet, but not far enough. The pickup headlights cut white blades through the tree trunks. The woman had turned the vehicle slightly, angling the beams toward the woods. Branches made thin, twitching shadows over the wet ground. Ruth climbed the wall first. She did it badly. One boot slipped. She hit her shin and made a low animal sound through her teeth. Still, she got over, dropped hard on the other side, and turned back to me. "Knife first," she said. I hesitated. "Lena, knife." I passed it over handle first. For one stupid second, I wondered if she would leave me. That was what fear does when it's been fed too much uncertainty. It makes every person a possible trap. Ruth saw it on my face. "I'm not them," she said. Then she shoved the knife through her belt and held both hands out. I climbed. No grace, no courage. One knee on stone. Wet moss under my palm, my shoulder screaming. Ruth grabbed the back of my sweater and pulled while I kicked and slid and scraped my shin open on a sharp edge. I landed on the other side on my hip, breath knocked flat. For 3 seconds, we stayed there. Rain in my hair, mud on my cheek, my elbow bleeding steadily. Ruth's breath rasping. Then the flashlight beam struck the wall behind us. We moved. Past the wall, the ground dipped into a shallow drainage run filled with leaves and black water. I stepped into it up to my ankle and nearly went down. Ruth caught my sleeve this time. We staggered forward together, less like escapees than drunks leaving a wedding. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out with numb fingers. 1%, unknown number. Left, old pump house. A second later, do not go to Ruth's. I stared at the message. The screen flickered. "Who is that?" Ruth asked. "I don't know." "What does it say?" "Left, old pump house. Don't go to your place." Ruth looked toward where her house should have been, across the road and uphill through the trees. For the first time since she had pushed into the Whitcomb house, she looked truly afraid. "My kitchen light was on," she whispered. "What? When I came over, I thought I left it on, but I didn't." A branch cracked behind us. Daniel was over the wall. Ruth turned left. So did I. The old pump house, when we reached it, was barely a building. A squat brick structure half swallowed by weeds, maybe 8 feet by 10, with a rusted metal door hanging crooked and a collapsed wooden sign I couldn't read. It sat near a shallow creek that fed toward the marshy lowland behind the neighborhood. The place smelled like wet iron, mud, and old leaves. Ruth shoved the door. It didn't move. "Please," she muttered, and shoved again. The door opened inward with a shriek of rust so loud I thought it would bring Daniel straight to us. Inside was black, cramped, and cold. There was an old concrete basin, pipes along one wall, a stack of rotted boards, and enough space for two women if both were willing to hate every inch of it. We slipped inside and pulled the door almost shut. Almost. It wouldn't close fully. A warped bottom corner scraped concrete and left a 3-inch gap. Through that gap, I could see wet leaves and the glow of the pickup headlights far away through trees. Ruth bent over, one arm wrapped around her ribs. "We can't stay," I whispered. "No. Then why are we here? Because whoever is texting you is either helping us or hurting us. That's not comforting." It wasn't meant to be. My phone buzzed again. The screen lit weakly. His camera bag is in the pump house. Black case. Proof. Then the phone died. The dark after the screen went out felt physical. Ruth and I stood there listening. Rain on the brick roof. Creek water moving through leaves. Daniel somewhere outside, not shouting now. "That anonymous person," I said. "Could it be Mara?" "No, Grant." Ruth didn't answer. "Ruth." She rubbed one hand across her mouth. "Grant always knew the old codes. This pump house too. His grandfather kept tools here before the town sealed the line. Grant played here as a boy. Why would he help us anonymously, but not tell Mara? I don't know. You know more than you're saying." Ruth's face tightened in the dark. "Yes." A flashlight beam moved across the crack under the door. We both froze. The beam slid away. Daniel's voice came from outside, calm now, close enough that I could hear rain ticking on his jacket. "You picked a bad place to hide." Ruth put one hand over my mouth before I made a sound. Footsteps circled the pump house. Slow, leaves compressing. Gravel grinding near the old foundation. Daniel said, "I know you're in there." Another voice answered from farther back. The woman. "Police scanner says 2 minutes out." "Then hurry," Daniel said. 2 minutes. Maybe true, maybe bait. Ruth leaned close to my ear. "Black case," she breathed. I stared at her. She pointed toward the rotted boards. I crouched, every joint protesting. My hand found wet wood, rust flakes. A dead leaf stuck to my palm. Behind the boards, something nylon brushed my fingers. A bag, small, black, heavy. I pulled it free. Inside were envelopes, photos, dozens, some glossy prints, some old Polaroids, some modern digital prints on cheap photo paper, houses, families, kids in yards, people eating on decks, people asleep through windows, a woman loading groceries, a teenage boy standing shirtless in a bedroom, unaware. My stomach twisted. There were Whitcomb photos too, not altered family pictures. Surveillance. The kitchen window from outside. Sophie on the porch, looking at her phone. Oliver in the backyard, crouched over something in the grass. Mara carrying laundry past an upstairs window. Grant in the garage, face turned away. And me. One photo showed me standing in the hallway that evening, leaning close to the beach picture with the wet rag in my hand. Taken from inside the house. Not earlier, tonight. I stopped breathing. Ruth looked at it and whispered, Oh, Lena. Something else lay at the bottom of the bag, a plastic sleeve full of printed replacement photos, the kind you could slide into frames. The beach photo with Daniel added, the porch photo with him in the doorway, the ski photo with the man in goggles, and others I had not seen yet. One showed the Whitcomb family at their outdoor table with the woman in the white blouse seated among them, hand wrapped around a glass, smiling like she belonged. Another showed the old black and white house photo, but the face in the upstairs window had been digitally sharpened and reprinted so it would catch the eye. It was a campaign, not magic, not the photos changing by themselves. A person had made them, planted them, waited for someone to notice. I felt sick with relief and fear at the same time. Daniel's pry bar struck the metal door. The sound filled the tiny pump house. Ruth grabbed the bag from my hands and shoved it against my chest. Keep it. The pry bar hit again. The warped door buckled inward an inch. Daniel said, "Ruth, don't make this uglier than it has to be." She laughed once, dry, bitter. "You passed ugly years ago." The woman outside said, "Police are turning onto Bridge Street." Ruth looked at me. There was no back door, just the metal door. One small high vent, brick walls, concrete floor, us. "Listen," she whispered. "When he opens it, you go low. Run left toward the creek. Follow it to the culvert. It comes out behind the Bell property. You said don't go to your house. I said don't go inside my house. What about you? I'll slow him." "No, Lena, no." The pry bar struck again. The latch plate tore partly free. My flaw, the old Lena, the useful, quiet Lena, rose up in me one last time. It wanted to obey Ruth because Ruth sounded like an adult. It wanted to take the bag, run low, survive, and let someone else become the cost. But there was no clean obedience left. Not after Mara's half-truths. Not after Grant's silence. Not after Ruth's key in the door and Daniel's photos of children through windows. I looked around the pump house. Concrete basin, rotted boards, old pipe, rusted metal door, and the black camera bag. "Give me the knife," I said. Ruth shook her head. "You're hurt. Give me the knife." She did. I cut through the camera bag strap with 2 rough saws of the blade. My hand was clumsy. My elbow throbbed. Then I tied one end of the strap around the old pipe along the wall and looped the other end low across the doorway, tight as I could manage with one bad arm. Ruth understood halfway through. She grabbed the rotted boards and stacked them near the inside of the door, not as a barricade, but as clutter. "Trip line," she whispered. "Maybe better than prayer." The door gave. The latch tore out with a scream. Daniel pulled it open. Rain and flashlight glare came in together. He stepped over the threshold, eyes going first to Ruth, then to me, then to the bag in my arms. His face changed when he saw the plastic sleeve sticking out. Not anger, panic. "Give me that." He lunged. The strap caught his ankle, not perfectly, not like in a movie. He did not fly through the air. He stumbled hard, one leg trapped, shoulder hitting the door frame, pry bar scraping the concrete. Ruth swung the rotted board into his wrist. The pry bar dropped. I ran low because Ruth had told me to, but I didn't run out. I grabbed the pry bar. Daniel kicked free of the strap and slammed into Ruth. She hit the wall with a sound I will never forget. A wet grunt, that turned into no sound at all. She folded down beside the concrete basin, clutching her side. The woman in the white blouse appeared behind him. Up close, she was younger than I expected, late 30s maybe, with rain-dark hair pulled back so tight it sharpened her face. Her name, I would learn later, was Elise Marrow, 38, female, a former private caregiver from Salem who had once worked for Daniel's mother. In that moment, she was only the woman from the photo, and she held a phone in one hand, recording. "Daniel," she said, "leave them. She has the bag. Leave it." He turned on her. "They'll find everything. They already will if you touch her now." Sirens reached us then, faint, real, not sudden saviors, not close enough to save anyone yet. Just a thin rising sound somewhere beyond the rain and houses. Daniel heard them too. His eyes moved to the bag, to the woods, to Ruth on the floor, to me holding the pry bar like I knew what I was doing. He rushed me. I swung, badly. The pry bar struck his forearm instead of his head. He shouted and hit me with his other hand, open palm or fist. I still don't know. My cheek exploded with pain. I fell into the concrete basin, ribs catching the edge. The bag slid away. Daniel grabbed it. Ruth, from the floor, hooked one arm around his legs. He went down on one knee. I saw the knife near the door, too far. I saw the rotted board closer. I grabbed it and drove it into Daniel's face with every bit of fear and exhaustion I had left. It broke against his cheekbone. Not clean, not heroic. Splinters flew. He screamed. Blood ran over his mouth. He let go of the bag and clutched his face. Elise stepped back into the rain. "Daniel, we have to go." But Daniel was past listening. He crawled toward me, one eye squeezed shut, making a high, furious sound through his teeth. The sirens grew louder. Ruth whispered, "Creak." I grabbed the bag and Ruth's coat collar with the same hand, which was impossible, so I lost the bag, grabbed it again, then dropped the pry bar. Everything was mud and noise and bad choices. Ruth could not stand. "I can't carry you," I said, and hated myself. "You don't have to." She shoved the knife into my palm. "Cut the strap off the pipe." I didn't understand until I did. The strap still looped around the old pipe and across the doorway. Daniel was between us and the exit. Elise was outside. The police were close, but not here. The pipe ran along the wall into the concrete basin, corroded at the joints. Ruth pointed to the pipe bracket. "Loose," she gasped. I jammed the pry bar under the bracket and shoved down. Nothing. Daniel grabbed my ankle. I kicked him in the face. He bit my pant leg. I felt teeth scrape my shin through denim. I shoved the pry bar again. The bracket snapped. The old pipe dropped from the wall, still connected at one end, swinging down with a shriek of rusted metal. It hit Daniel across the shoulder and pinned him awkwardly against the basin. Not enough to crush him, enough to trap him for seconds. Seconds mattered. I grabbed Ruth under both arms. Pain went white in my shoulder. I made a sound like I was being torn open. "Move," I begged her. "I am." She wasn't, not really, but she tried. She pushed with her heels while I dragged. We got through the doorway, over the broken metal, into the rain. Elise was gone. The pickup engine revved somewhere beyond the trees. A police cruiser's blue lights flashed through the branches near the road, still partly blocked by the slope and garage. The siren cut off. Doors slammed. Voices shouted. Daniel thrashed inside the pump house, trying to shove the pipe off. He was not defeated in any clean, satisfying way. He was injured and trapped and still dangerous. I dragged Ruth toward the creek because my body had accepted that was the only direction we knew. Mud sucked at my feet. The bag bounced against my hip. The knife was gone again. I don't know where I dropped it. Behind us, Daniel broke free. I heard the pipe scrape, heard him stumble into the doorway. "Lena," Ruth said, "I know." We reached the creek. It was narrow, but swollen with rain, water moving fast over black stones. The culvert was 20 yards left, a round concrete opening under an old access path. If we could reach it, maybe it would take us behind Ruth's property. Maybe not. Maybe we would drown in 3 feet of drainage water like idiots. A flashlight beam hit us from the right. "Police," a voice shouted. "Stop, show your hands." I nearly collapsed with relief. Then Daniel came out of the dark behind us and grabbed the camera bag strap. "Not me, the bag," he yanked. I held on. For one frozen second, we were connected by wet nylon and every ugly thing inside it. His face was bloodied on one side, his mouth red, one arm hanging wrong from the pry bar strike. He looked less like a phantom from the photos and more like what he was, a middle-aged man who had built a religion out of trespass and fear. "Mine," he said. That one word did something to me. Mine, the house, the pictures, the children, the fear, mine. No. I let go of the bag. He stumbled backward from the sudden release, one foot sliding on the muddy creek bank. The bag hit his chest. His arms windmilled. Ruth grabbed my sweater and pulled me sideways. Daniel fell into the creek. The water was not deep enough to swallow him, but it was strong enough to take his footing. He hit the stones hard, rolled, grabbed at the bank, and screamed when his bad arm took weight. The camera bag opened, photos spilling into the rain and water, faces turning glossy and dark as they washed downstream. The police officer shouted again. Another officer ran toward the creek from the direction of the garage. Daniel tried to stand. He couldn't. He crawled, slipping, one hand clawing mud, while photographs gathered against stones around him like dead leaves. It ended there, technically. A uniformed officer reached him first and kicked the pry bar away from where it had fallen near the pump house path. Another officer handcuffed him on the creek bank while Daniel cursed and spat water and blood. Ruth sat in the mud beside me with one arm wrapped around her ribs, making tiny controlled sounds every time she breathed. I held up both hands because someone kept yelling for hands, hands. "Show me your hands." And my hands shook so badly they looked like they belonged to someone else. Lisa's pickup was gone. That part did not end. Not then. The officers cleared the garage, then the yard, then the house. One of them found Ruth's keys still hanging from the front door lock. Another found the basement window forced, the landline cut, the back door pinned with a screw, and the family photos arranged along the hallway like exhibits. Mara called again while a paramedic was cleaning my elbow in the back of an ambulance. I didn't answer. Grant called after that. I didn't answer him either. Across the yard, Daniel sat in the back of a cruiser, face turned toward the rain-streaked window. Even with blood on his cheek and mud in his hair, he looked ordinary enough that a stranger might have guessed drunk uncle, bad divorce, neighborhood dispute. Not the man who had been standing in the photos. Not the man who had been inside the house while I made eggs. One of the officers carried the black bag in an evidence sleeve. It dripped muddy water and ruined paper onto the gravel. Ruth lay on a stretcher with an oxygen mask over her mouth. When they rolled her past me, her eyes found mine. She lifted 2 fingers, not a wave exactly, proof of life. I tried to lift mine back, but my shoulder would not cooperate. The rain kept coming. Soft, steady, almost polite. Behind the officers and the ambulance lights, the Whitcomb house stood with every window lit, looking less haunted than violated. The hallway photo wall was visible through the open front door, black frames in a perfect line. For 1 second, as a police officer stepped aside, I saw the beach photo. The stranger in the navy windbreaker was still there, of course. It was only a printed fake. Evidence now, something explainable. But in the wet reflection on the glass, behind Daniel's flat paper face, I saw my own shape standing in the hall with the rag in my hand. And behind me, where the kitchen should have been empty, there was someone else. Maybe an officer moving through the room. Maybe a trick of porch light and rain. Maybe Elise, still somewhere close enough to watch. I looked away before my mind could make a person out of it. The conflict was over. Daniel was caught. Ruth was alive. I was out of the house, but my body had not received the message. The first thing I remember clearly after the creak was the paramedic asking me to follow her finger with my eyes. Not the police lights. Not Daniel shouting from the back of the cruiser. Not Ruth being loaded into the ambulance with an oxygen mask pressed to her face. A blue-gloved finger moved left, then right, then up. Any nausea? The paramedic asked. No. Dizziness? Yes. Do you know where you are? I looked past her shoulder at the Whitcomb house. Every downstairs light was on now, and the front door stood open with an officer posted beside it. Rainwater ran down the porch steps in silver lines. Manchester by the sea, I said. House sitting. The paramedic's expression shifted, not quite pity, but close enough that I hated it. My name is Kelly Marr, 34, female, she said, not because she was introducing herself for a story, but because she was trying to anchor me in a voice that sounded calm and ordinary. I'm going to clean this cut on your elbow, okay? It'll sting. It already stings. That means I can't surprise you. She wasn't wrong. The ambulance smelled like antiseptic, wet vinyl, and the paper wrapping from medical supplies. The side door was open, letting in cold air and the low murmur of police radios. My left elbow had a ragged scrape packed with grit from the garage floor. My cheek was swelling where Daniel had hit me. My shoulder hurt in a deep, mean way that made breathing feel complicated. Across the driveway, Ruth's ambulance pulled away first. No siren, just lights. That scared me more than a siren would have. Is she okay? I asked. Kelly followed my gaze. They're taking her to Beverly. She's talking. That's good. Talking. That was the kind of answer adults gave when the real answer had not arrived yet. A police officer came over while Kelly taped gauze around my elbow. Officer Matthew Crean, 41 male, was from the Manchester by the Sea Police Department. He had rain dripping from the brim of his hat, and the careful patience of someone who knew I had just been hit, dragged, chased, and scared into sounding unreliable. Lena Hart, I nodded. We're going to need a statement, but not all of it right this second. Can you tell me if anyone else is still in the house? I don't know. Did you see the female suspect enter the house? No, she was at the pickup. Then she was near the pump house. Then gone. What's her name? Elise Marrow. I didn't know it then. I stopped, because that sounded impossible. Ruth said later. Or maybe Daniel said. Kelly touched my wrist. Slow down, I started over. The woman in the white blouse, dark hair. She was in one of the fake photos. She drove the pickup. She got away. Officer Crean wrote it down. And the texts, he asked. My phone died. Do you still have it? I looked down. My phone sat beside me on the ambulance bench in a clear evidence bag, powered off, streaked with rain and mud. An officer had taken it from my pocket near the creek. They said to go to the pump house, I said. They knew the garage code. They knew police were coming. Do you know who sent them? No, he paused. You mentioned the homeowner. I looked at the house again. Mara had called 9 times by then. Grant 6. Theo 18. Because some part of the emergency response system, or my own half-cent panic, had finally reached him. I had not answered anyone until Kelly made me call my brother, while she checked whether I could form complete sentences. Theo Hart, 23 male, my younger brother, answered on the first ring with ambulance noise behind him too, because he was on shift in Providence. Lena, I'm okay. That is not a sentence I trust from you. I laughed once, and it hurt my ribs. I'm with paramedics, I said. I'm okay enough. What hospital? I don't know yet. His voice changed. Not louder, tighter. Tell them you want to be evaluated. Head, shoulder, everything. Don't minimize it. I'm not. You are always minimizing it. That landed harder than I wanted it to. I looked at my knees, mud caked into the denim, one sock gone, the other dark and torn. I'm tired, I said. Theo's voice softened. I know. Put someone medical on. I handed the phone to Kelly. She gave him the useful version of me. Conscious, oriented, possible concussion, shoulder strain or separation, facial bruising, no obvious fracture, transport recommended. Then she handed the phone back. I'm driving up, Theo said. You're working. I'm leaving work. You can't just watch me. The call ended before I could argue. That was the first crack in my old habit. Usually, I would have called him back and told him not to make a fuss. Usually, I would have managed everyone's feelings before my own body. But that night, I let the phone stay dark. The police searched the Whitcomb house room by room. They found the basement window forced open from outside, the screen cut neatly at one corner, and shoe covers in the shrubs below it. They found the back door pinned shut with a screw, just like Ruth and I had seen. They found the landline cord cut behind the kitchen desk. They found a compact photo printer in the basement utility closet, still warm when they unplugged it. That was the part that made me sit up despite Kelly telling me not to. He printed them there. Officer Crean looked grim. Looks that way. Daniel had not just brought the photos in. He had used the Whitcombs' own house as a workshop while I moved through it above him, making tea, checking carbon monoxide detectors, texting jokes to Theo. He had been close enough to hear the spoon hit the sink, close enough to know when I went back to the hallway. Later, after the hospital, after the police station, after the first sleep that lasted only 43 minutes, I would learn more in pieces. Daniel Whitcomb, 57, male, was Grant's older cousin. Not close family anymore, though that depended on who was telling it. When Grant was a child, Daniel had lived nearby with an unstable mother and a father who drifted in and out. Ruth had known them all. Daniel had grown up around that house before the current Whitcombs owned it, back when Grant's grandparents still did. He knew the pump house. He knew the back stair. He knew the old garage code because Grant, as a boy, had reversed the family alarm code for hide and seek and never changed it in his head. Daniel had been arrested twice before, once for trespassing and once for harassment, both pleaded down, both involving photographs. Not explicit ones, not the sort that make people move fast through legal systems, just invasive. Windows, porches, children from a distance. Enough to scare families, not enough, apparently, to make everyone agree he was dangerous. Elise Marrow had been his girlfriend or accomplice or caretaker, depending on which detective was speaking carefully. She had once worked as a private caregiver for Daniel's mother. She had access to old family albums, old addresses, stories about the Whitcomb house, and apparently the patience to help Daniel make his little hauntings look impossible. The goal, at least at first, seemed to be Grant. That was what Mara finally told me 2 days later, sitting across from me in a hospital waiting room with her makeup gone, and her hands folded so tightly her knuckles looked waxy. Mara Whitcomb, 42, female, looked smaller away from her house and lists. Grant Whitcomb, 44, male, stood behind her, gray-faced, one hand on the back of her chair, like he needed furniture to keep upright. They had flown back from London immediately, though immediately still meant hours after the worst of it. "I'm so sorry," Mara said. "I had my arm in a sling. My shoulder was badly sprained, not broken. My cheek had turned purple-yellow at the edge. My elbow was bandaged. I looked like someone who had lost a fight with a driveway." "You said he was a cousin," I said. Grant closed his eyes. Mara nodded once. "He is. You said nothing to worry about." Grant spoke then. "I thought if we explained, you'd panic." I stared at him until he looked away. "You were right," I said. "I did panic, just with less information." Mara flinched. That should have satisfied me more than it did. Grant told me Daniel had started sending altered family photos 3 months earlier, at first by mail, then slipped under the front door. A family beach photo with Daniel added in the background. A porch picture with a dark shape in the doorway. A school event photo with Elise 2 rows behind Sophie. The Whitcombs had reported it, but because Daniel lived in Gloucester and had an alibi for one delivery, because no direct threat was written, because the images could be called disturbing but not explicit, the process had become paperwork, warnings, and waiting. Then Grant had caught someone in the house. "Why didn't you cancel the trip?" I asked. Mara covered her mouth. Grant answered, "We thought the new locks and alarm system were enough. You left me there." He didn't defend himself after that. Maybe that was the only decent thing he did in the conversation. Ruth survived. 3 cracked ribs, a concussion, deep bruising along her side, and a cut on her shin that needed 7 stitches. When I saw her at Beverly Hospital, she was sitting up in bed, furious about the broth on her lunch tray. Ruth Bell, 71, female, looked older under fluorescent lights, but somehow less breakable. Her gray hair was combed flat, and a pulse oximeter clipped one finger. She pointed at the chair beside her bed. "Sit before you fall," I sat. "You left your keys in the door," I said. "Yes, thank you. That detail has been mentioned." "I'm glad you came in." She looked at the blanket. "I shouldn't have, not alone." "No, but I'm glad too." We sat quietly for a minute, listening to the hospital hallway. Wheels squeaking, a distant laugh, an intercom calling for transport. Ordinary sounds, real sounds, sounds no one had arranged for effect. "Why did the Whitcombs remove you from the alarm list?" I asked. Ruth sighed through her nose. "Because I kept checking the house after the photo business started. Mara thought I was making her worse. Grant thought I was meddling." "Were you?" "Yes. At least she knew herself." "They should have told you everything," she said. "They should have told both of us." Ruth nodded. "Yes. Daniel was charged with breaking and entering, stalking, assault, destruction of property, and a list of other things that sounded both severe and insufficient. Elise was arrested 3 days later in New Hampshire after her pickup was caught on a traffic camera near Portsmouth. Police found a laptop, a portable printer, 2 memory cards, and a folder of addresses in the truck. The detectives recovered enough from the camera bag and the creek-soaked photographs to connect Daniel and Elise to at least 5 other families on the North Shore. That should have made it feel over. It did, legally. Emotionally, it got strange. I went back to Providence with Theo driving because he refused to let me take the train. He kept both hands on the wheel and said very little until we crossed into Rhode Island. "You know you're allowed to quit house sitting," he said. "I think the market has also quit me." Good. Outside the car window, the world looked offensively normal. Dunkin' signs, gas stations, a man walking a dog in a tiny raincoat, traffic near the mall. Life moving along without understanding that I now hated framed photographs in hallways. Back at my apartment above the nail salon, I stood in my own doorway for a long time before going in. My place smelled like old radiator heat, coffee grounds, and acetone from downstairs. The floors were uneven. The windows stuck. My couch had a sag in the middle I knew by heart. Theo checked the closets without making a joke. I let him. That was another crack in the old version of me. I let someone help without apologizing 12 times. The first week, I slept with the lights on. Then with one light on. Then with none, but only after taking all the framed photos off my walls and putting them in a kitchen drawer. There were only 3, me and Theo at a Red Sox game, my mother on a beach in Narragansett, and a thrift store print of a lighthouse I had never liked anyway. Mara texted me once more after the hospital meeting. "We're covering all medical costs and anything else you need. I know that does not fix what happened. I am sorry." I didn't answer for a day. Then I wrote, "Please don't hire anyone to stay in that house again without telling them the truth." She replied, "We won't." I believe she meant it. That is not the same as trusting her. The Whitcombs moved out before Thanksgiving. Not far, according to Ruth. A rental in Beverly while they decided whether to sell. Sophie refused to sleep in the house again. Oliver asked whether Daniel had taken pictures of his room, and no one had a good answer that did not hurt him. Grant gave police access to old family records and admitted he had suspected Daniel earlier than he told Mara. That damaged things between them in ways I only heard about because Ruth, for all her injuries and wisdom, was still a benevolent spy. The house sat empty for a while with a private security car in the drive and temporary plywood over the basement window. I went back once, not inside. Officer Crean called because they had found my missing shoe in the laundry room and my backpack in the guest room. Thea wanted to come with me, but I said no, then said yes 10 minutes later. Progress is not elegant. We met Ruth at the edge of the driveway. She was walking with a cane and pretending not to need it. The hydrangeas had gone brown. Fallen leaves collected along the gravel. The house looked smaller in daylight, which felt insulting. Officer Crean brought my things out in a paper property bag. "Do you want a minute?" he asked. "No," I said. Then I took one anyway. Through the open front door, I could see the hallway wall. The frames had been removed, leaving clean rectangles on the paint where they had hung. Pale outlines, absences shaped like family history. That bothered me more than the photos would have. Theo stood beside me, hands in his jacket pockets. "You okay?" "No," he nodded. "Fair." Ruth tapped her cane once against the gravel. Good answer. The air smelled like wet leaves and ocean salt. Somewhere nearby, a contractor saw whined, stopped, whined again. A gull cried from the direction of town. Ordinary coastal noise. I thought about the night I had stood in that hallway with a wet rag in my hand, waiting for the world to explain itself. I thought about the part of me that had wanted permission to act. I still had that part. Trauma does not burn away your flaws and leave you stronger like polished metal. Sometimes it just shows you the shape of them. But I had moved. Eventually, that mattered. As we were leaving, Ruth stopped by her mailbox across the road. "There's something you should know," she said. Theo glanced at me. I said, "I hate sentences that start that way now." Ruth gave me a thin smile. Understandable. She pulled an envelope from inside the mailbox. It was sealed in a plastic evidence sleeve, already opened at one end. Police gave it back this morning. It was delivered to my house the day after Daniel was arrested. No return address. Inside was a photograph. Not one of Daniel's glossy prints. Not one of Elise's staged edits. This was a cheap drugstore print, slightly bent at one corner. It showed the old pump house in daylight. Ruth and I stood outside it, muddy and soaked, taken from a distance through branches. Daniel was not visible. Police were not visible. The frame caught the moment after we had stumbled into the rain, but before the officers reached us. On the back, written in blue pen, were 4 words. "You chose right. G. Grant. Probably Grant." That was what the police thought. That was what Ruth thought. Grant had lawyered up by then, not because he had committed Daniel's crimes, but because his silence before them had become its own legal and marital disaster. He admitted later that he had sent the anonymous texts using a masked number after realizing Daniel had triggered the alarm, and that Mara was still trying to manage the situation instead of expose everything. He said he had watched the security cameras remotely until Daniel cut power to part of the system, then guided me with whatever he could still see. That explained the texts. It did not explain the photo. Grant said he had not sent it. Ruth kept it anyway. Could be Elise, Theo said quietly. Could be, Ruth said. Could be Daniel had another camera set up, I said. Could be. We all looked toward the Whitcomb house. No one was in the windows. The private security car idled in the driveway. Officer Green stood on the porch speaking to another officer. A contractor carried a piece of plywood around the side yard. Everything was accounted for. Everything had a person attached to it. Still, I watched the upstairs glass for 1 extra second. Then I looked away first. Not because I was calm, because I was learning that looking forever does not always make you safer. I went home after that. I made soup from a carton and ate it standing in my kitchen. Theo sat on my couch and complained about how bad my television was. Juniper, who the Whitcombs had temporarily placed with Ruth, sent me into unexpected tears when Ruth texted a photo of her sleeping on a folded towel, one cloudy eye half open like she still didn't trust anyone's doors. Life resumed in pieces. Emails, physical therapy, insurance forms, police follow-ups, calls from victim services, a new lock on my apartment door that Theo installed while muttering about stripped screws. I went back to work and apologized to a man in Ohio because his invoice portal wouldn't load. My voice sounded normal enough that he never knew I was taking the call with an ice pack on my shoulder. That is the part nobody tells you about fear. It does not always leave dramatically. Sometimes it sits beside your regular life, quiet and patient, while you answer emails and buy bananas and take photos out of drawers one at a time. I eventually put the Red Sox photo back on my wall. Just that one. Every so often, especially when it rains, I check it longer than I need to. Me and Theo in cheap seats, sunburned, grinning, no strangers behind us. I know the exact crowd around us now. Man in green cap, woman with nachos, kid picking his nose. So far, nobody new has appeared. So far. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I took the overnight shift at a pharmacy, and the prescriptions were for the dead is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first prescription that made me stop had the kind of name you do not forget once you have spent a summer helping your aunt clear out probate paperwork. Alina Pike. It came through at 1:17 a.m. on a Tuesday, printed warm from the pharmacy labeler, with the usual little cough of adhesive paper, as ordinary as a grocery receipt. The label said she needed 30 tablets of amlodipine. Take one by mouth daily, no refills. Prescriber Dr. Annika Rao. Insurance approved. Copay, $0. Nothing about that should have bothered me, except Alina Pike had been dead for 9 days. I knew because her funeral card was still tucked behind the visor in my car, wedged there with an old parking ticket and a receipt from Duncan. Cream paper, navy border, a photo of her in a red sweater, smiling like someone had just made a joke she was pretending not to enjoy. I had gone to the service because my Aunt Marion had cleaned her house for 12 years and said, "You show up for people who don't have many people." There had been lilies in the church basement and bad coffee in a metal urn. And Alina's nephew had stood near the folding tables shaking hands with the exhausted politeness of someone who wanted to go home and scrub the day off his skin. So, when the label spat out of the machine at Haverford Family Pharmacy, I stood with it pinched between my fingers, listening to the refrigerator units hum behind me and the printer settle into its tiny plastic clicks. My name is Nora Bell, 27, female, and I had taken the overnight shift because rent in the Philadelphia suburbs does not care if your life is in transition. That was the phrase I used when people asked why I had left nursing school after 2 semesters. In transition. It sounded cleaner than saying I froze during a clinical rotation when a man coded, stood there with my hands locked around a bedrill while everyone else moved around me, and afterward could not make myself walk back into the hospital without my stomach folding in half. Pharmacy work felt adjacent enough to healthcare that my mother could still tell her friends I was using my training, but distant enough that nobody usually died in front of me. Usually, the overnight shift was supposed to be easy, quiet even. Haverford Family Pharmacy sat in a small strip center off Lancaster Avenue, between a dry cleaner with old sun-faded prom dresses in the window, and a nail salon that always smelled faintly of acetone, even through the shared wall. Across the lot was a Wawa glowing like a gas station aquarium, bright enough that its red sign reflected in our front windows when the rain hit right. The pharmacy itself stayed open 24 hours because of the nearby urgent care, and the assisted living homes scattered through Lower Merion like polite secrets behind hedges. By 1 a.m, the place had reduced itself to machines and breath. The fluorescent lights over the front aisles were dimmed to half, making the vitamin bottles look like rows of dull orange teeth. The security monitor above the register cycled through black and white angles. Front door, cold medicine aisle, back corridor, loading area. Every few seconds, the screen blinked and shifted, showing the same empty tile from a different corner. The air smelled like paper bags, hand sanitizer, old carpet adhesive, and the metallic chill that leaked out whenever we opened the vaccine fridge. I was not alone, which was the main reason I had agreed to the shift. Caleb Ortiz, 32 male, was the overnight pharmacist on duty, a compact man from South Philly with wire frame glasses, a trimmed beard, and the habit of tapping 2 fingers against the counter when he was thinking. He had a dry, careful way of talking that made every sentence sound measured before it left his mouth. Caleb was good at rules. He liked gates, checks, signatures, red flags, all the dull little systems that kept people from getting hurt. He also had a newborn at home, which meant he drank coffee like it was medication and answered texts from his wife with the haunted devotion of a man being slowly defeated by sleep deprivation. Maya Lindstrom, 19, female, worked the front register and the stock aisles until 2. She was a college student at St. Joseph's, tall and narrow-shouldered, with a blonde braid she kept tucked into the collar of her hoodie because she said loose hair around customers made her feel too visible. Maya had grown up in Ardmore and knew half the older customers by name. She did not scare easily, or at least she treated fear like an embarrassing smell in a room, something to be ignored until someone else mentioned it first. When a leaner Pike's label printed, Caleb was crouched near the safe, counting the controlled meds for the hourly log, and Maya was up front wiping coffee rings off the counter with blue paper towels. I said, "Caleb." He did not look up. "If it's another refill request from Broad Oak, leave it in the queue. Their night nurse keeps sending duplicates." "No, it's a prescription." That narrows it down. For a leaner Pike. The tapping stopped. He stayed crouched for a second longer, then rose slowly with a bottle of oxycodone in one hand and the log sheet in the other. The safe door was open at his knee, its little interior light shining on rows of orange bottles. "Say that again," he asked. I turned the label toward him. He crossed the pharmacy with the careful irritation of someone expecting a computer problem. When he took the label, his eyes moved over it once, then again, slower. "A leaner Pike," he said. "You knew her too. She was one of our deliveries. Blood pressure, levothyroxine, the occasional antibiotic. She used to call us every December to ask if peppermint bark interacted with warfarin." Despite myself, I smiled. "Did it?" "Not in any clinically meaningful way." That sounds exactly like what she would have hated hearing. Caleb's mouth moved like he almost smiled too, then flattened. He rolled his stool over to the workstation and woke the screen. The pharmacy software brightened his glasses blue. He typed Alina's name. Maya drifted toward the half door separating the front from the pharmacy. "Did you say Mrs. Pike?" I looked over. "You knew her." Maya leaned one elbow on the swinging half door, paper towel still in her hand. She bought Werther's distilled water and those crossword books with the giant print. She said the regular large print was a scam. She glanced at the label in Caleb's hand. "Why?" Caleb said. "System generated a prescription." "For her?" "Yes." Maya's expression shifted, not dramatic exactly, just a small change around the mouth. "But she died." The refrigerator compressor kicked on behind us with a heavy clunk, then the thin electric buzz deepened through the wall. Somewhere in the front aisle, a loose shelf tag fluttered from the air vent. It made a quick clicking sound against metal. Caleb typed for another few seconds. Prescription received electronically at 1:16 a.m. Prescriber listed as Dr. Rao. Patient date of birth matches. Insurance adjudicated. No rejection. That's not possible, Maya said. It's absolutely possible, Caleb said. It's just not supposed to happen. Said it in the tone he used for customers who thought a coupon would cover antibiotics. Calm, firm, exhausted. That made it worse somehow. I pulled my phone from my scrub pocket and searched my photos until I found the funeral card. I had taken a picture to send my aunt the spelling of Alina's middle name. Alina Pike, born 1941, died May 4, service May 10. I held the screen out. Caleb looked, sighed through his nose, and set the label on the counter like it might leave him. Okay, he said. Most likely explanation. Somebody failed to mark the patient deceased in one system, and an old refill renewal fired automatically from the provider's electronic medical record. Then, why would Dr. Rao be sending it at 1 a.m, I asked. She might not be. Could be an overnight batch. Could be a server timestamp. Could be the nursing facility. She didn't live at a nursing facility. She lived alone. Caleb looked at me. I hated how defensive I sounded, like I had appointed myself guardian of the dead woman's paperwork. The truth was uglier and smaller. Alina's name had made a seam split open somewhere in me. I had left nursing because I could not handle the moment when a body became an emergency. And now here was a name that belonged to a body already past emergencies, appearing in our system like it had taken a number and was waiting politely. Caleb turned back to the computer. We'll put it on hold. I'll document. I'll call Dr. Rao's office when they open. Maya said, should we call someone now? And say what? Caleb asked gently. A dead patient's prescription came through. They'll tell us to contact the prescriber during business hours. What about fraud? I asked. Maybe, but for amlodipine, nobody else running a black market ring on blood pressure meds. Maya lifted the paper towel in a half shrug. Maybe somebody wants her insurance billed. Copay is 0. Pharmacy reimbursement on this is probably less than the sandwich I ate at midnight. That should have ended it. A weird error. A sad little administrative ghost created by software talking to software after the person was gone. I had seen enough billing mistakes by then to know the dead could linger in databases longer than they did in houses. Caleb clicked the prescription into hold status and added a note. His fingers were quick, precise. Then the label printer coughed again. All three of us looked at it. A second label curled out, bending under its own weight. The pharmacy felt suddenly too clean, too bright over the workbench. Every bottle and stapler and roll of warning stickers sharp in my vision. Caleb did not move at first. The printer's green status light blinked, indifferent. I reached for the label. Wait, Caleb said, but I already had it. Martin Kessler, atorvastatin, 90 tablets. Take 1 by mouth nightly. Prescriber, Dr. Annika Rao. Insurance approved. Copay, $0. I did not know that name. Maya did. She made a soft noise through her teeth. Not a gasp, more like she had touched a hot mug. Mr. Kessler from Bala Sinwid, she said. Caleb took the label from me. His face had gone blank in that professional way, the way healthcare people look when the part of them reacting has been locked behind a door. Do not tell me he's dead, he said. Maya swallowed. My mom went to his Shiva last month. He was in her book club. Caleb closed his eyes for half a second. The front door chimed. The three of us turned toward the sound. A man stood just inside the entrance, shaking rain from a dark windbreaker. He was not old, maybe mid-40s, with a Phillies cap pulled low and a damp paper bag clutched in one hand. Normal customer, normal night. He stomped once on the mat, looked around, and called, "You guys open?" Maya straightened too fast. Yeah, we're open." Her voice came out brighter than usual. The man wandered toward the antacids, squeaking slightly on the polished floor. The automatic doors sealed behind him with a rubbery sigh, and the rain noise softened to a hiss against the windows. Caleb folded both labels in half and slid them under the edge of his keyboard. "Nora, don't fill anything from that batch." "I wasn't going to. I know. I'm saying it out loud." The label printer made a third sound. Not a full print, just a mechanical twitch. A start and stop. The rollers clicked once, then held. Caleb leaned over and unplugged it from the back. The tiny green light died. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. The store hummed around us. Refrigerator, HVAC, the customer turning a bottle over in aisle 3. Maya's paper towel crinkling in her fist. Rain ticking against the front glass in uneven bursts. Then the computer at drop-off chimed. A new prescription notification appeared on the screen. Caleb stared at it. I stepped closer before I could stop myself. The patient name loaded slowly, one line at a time, like the system was thinking. Denise Farrow. Maya whispered, "No." Caleb's jaw tightened. "You know her too." "My high school librarian," Maya said. "She died in February." The customer in aisle 3 called. "Hey, do you have Pepsid Complete or just the store brand?" Maya flinched, as if the question had been shouted directly into her ear. "Aisle 3, right side, bottom shelf," she called back, and then pressed her knuckles against her mouth. Caleb clicked open the prescription details. Same prescriber, Dr. Annika Rao. Same approval. Same zero copay. Different medication. Denise Farrow needed Dompizil, used for memory loss. I heard myself say, could Dr. Rao's account be compromised? Caleb looked at me, and for the first time that night, he did not have an immediate, sensible answer ready. The blue light of the screen cut hard lines under his eyes. "Maybe," he said, "maybe someone got into her e-prescribing credentials. But why send to us? Why these patients? Were they all customers here?" I asked. "Alina and Martin, yes. I can check Farrow," he typed. The customer came to the register with his antacids. Maya rang him up with hands that looked steady only because she kept them flat. The scanner beeped. The receipt printed. The man coughed into his elbow, said, "Miserable night," and left with his bag tucked under his jacket. The door chimed again. Rain breathed in, then out. Caleb said, "Farrow filled here until last year." "So all connected to this pharmacy," I said. "To half the pharmacies in the main line, probably. People transfer. People move." He rubbed at his eyes under his glasses. "This could be a corrupted file. Old patient list. Prescriber system error. I'm not inventing a crime at 1:30 in the morning because software is bad at death." But he had unplugged the printer. That was what I kept looking at. The dead printer. The cord dangling from the back like a black tail. My phone buzzed in my pocket and made me jump. A text from my aunt. "You awake?" Storm woke me. Don't forget dentist tomorrow. I stared at it too long. Caleb noticed. Everything okay, my aunt? Nothing. I did not tell him that my first stupid instinct had been to ask if she remembered anyone else from Aline's funeral. I did not want to widen this thing by naming it too clearly. Maya came back from the front, moving quietly now. Should we look up Dr. Rao? Caleb said. I know Dr. Rao. You do. She's real. Internal medicine. Office in Bryn Mawr. Sends us scripts all the time. Then call her. It's 1:30 in the morning. Doctors have answering services. Not for pharmacy software glitches. Maya's eyes shone, not with tears yet, but with the effort of refusing them. 3 dead people just got prescriptions. Caleb lowered his voice. Maya, no, don't do the calm voice. I hate the calm voice. He stopped. That was the first time the night felt like it had tilted out of ordinary inconvenience and into something with edges. Not because of the prescriptions, exactly. Because Maya, who could laugh at shoplifters and drunk students buying cough drops, looked young all at once. 19. Damp braid tucked into her hoodie. Paper towel lint stuck to her sleeve. A person trying very hard to be braver than the room required. I said, what happens if we leave them in the system? Caleb looked back at the screen. They sit in the queue. And if someone comes to pick them up, we don't dispense. Obviously. But could someone pick them up? They knew the names and dates of birth. Caleb did not answer fast enough. The front automatic doors opened again. This time, no one stepped in. Wind pushed a sheet of rain across the threshold, and the rubber mat lifted at one corner. The doors stayed open for 2 seconds, 3, then closed. The chime had not sounded. Maya whispered, they do that sometimes. Sensor glitch, Caleb said. The doors opened again. No one there. From where I stood, I could see the parking lot through the glass. Wawa sign. Silver rain. Empty handicapped spaces. A dark sedan parked near the far curb with its lights off, maybe belonging to someone at the nail salon, though the salon had been closed for hours. The doors closed. A 4th prescription notification chimed on the computer. Caleb's hand hovered over the mouse. None of us moved toward it. The normal thing would have been to stop. Document everything. Call the help desk. Call Dr. Rao's answering service. Maybe even call the non-emergency police line if we could explain it without sounding ridiculous. The normal thing would have been to keep the gate closed, let the queue fill, and not give the night any more of our attention than procedure required. But the prescriptions were still coming, and the front doors had opened twice to nobody. Maya said, very softly, what if someone's testing whether we're paying attention? Caleb looked at the security monitor. I did too. For one flicker of the camera cycle, the loading area appeared on the screen. Grainy, wet pavement, dumpster, back door with its metal handle shining under the security light. Something white lay on the ground outside the back entrance. Not moving, not big, maybe an envelope, maybe a pharmacy bag. Then the monitor switched to aisle 4. Caleb reached for the phone. I reached for the keys hanging beside the vaccine fridge. We both stopped when we saw what the other was doing. Call first or look first. Procedure or proof. The 4th prescription chimed again, waiting to be opened. And outside the back door, Whatever had been left in the rain was getting soaked. Caleb made the sensible choice first. He picked up the pharmacy phone, pressed 9 for an outside line, and dialed the non-emergency number printed on the laminated card taped under the counter. He did it with the same hard focus he used when checking controlled substances. One finger braced on the receiver, eyes fixed on the computer screen where the 4th prescription notification pulsed in the corner. Maya watched him like he was disarming something. The front of the store had gone still again after the automatic doors stopped opening. Rain dragged itself down the glass in diagonal streaks. The parking lot lights hummed with a wet electrical sound. And beyond them, the dark sedan by the far curb sat low and quiet, its windows black except when the Wawa sign flashed red across them. I kept looking from the phone to the security monitor to the keys hanging beside the vaccine fridge. Call first or look first. That should have been easy. I knew that. I could hear every instructor I'd ever had, every workplace safety module, every laminated emergency procedure whispering the same thing. Don't leave the secure area. Don't contaminate evidence. Don't open the back door for unknown deliveries after hours. But the white thing outside was getting soaked, and the 4th prescription was still waiting. Caleb held the receiver to his ear. It's ringing, Maya said. Tell them someone's outside. We don't know someone's outside. The door opened twice. Sensor glitch. You don't believe that? Caleb's eyes cut to her, tired and sharp. I believe in saying things we can prove. That landed harder than it needed to. Maya's mouth closed. She looked away toward the front aisles, where the shelves of allergy medicine and toothpaste sat under the dimmed fluorescent lights like nothing in the world had changed. A recorded voice clicked on through the receiver. Caleb exhaled. Lower Merion Township Police, non-emergency. Please hold music. Thin, cheerful, almost insulting. The computer chimed again. Not the same notification repeating this time. A new one. Caleb stared at the screen, the phone still pressed to his ear. Don't open it, Maya said. I have to know what's coming through my queue. You don't have to know right now. He ignored her and clicked. The patient name loaded. Thomas Bell. For a second, I thought my eyes had made the name up because I was tired and scared, and my own last name was sitting there in bold letters. But then Caleb went very still. Maya turned to me. Nora, I couldn't speak. Thomas Bell, digoxin. Take 1 tablet by mouth every morning. 30 tablets. Prescriber, Dr. Annika Rao. Insurance approved. Copay $0. My father had never taken digoxin. That was my first thought, stupidly specific and completely useless. He had taken lisinopril, metformin, a baby aspirin he pretended not to need. And later, after the first heart scare, something with a name that sounded like a satellite. Not digoxin. My second thought was that he had been dead for 4 years. Caleb lowered the phone slightly. Nora, is that my dad? Maya whispered, Jesus. The hold music kept playing against Caleb's ear. The pharmacy seemed to stretch around me. The aisles longer than they had been a minute earlier, the back counter too narrow, the ceiling too low. I could smell the burnt coffee Caleb had made at midnight, the alcohol wipes from the immunization station, the faint, rubbery odor of rainwater tracked in on the last customer's shoes. My father's name sat on the screen with the steady confidence of a system that had no idea what it was saying. Caleb said carefully, "Was he ever a patient here?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "You filled for family sometimes. Maybe old records from before you started." "He lived in Scranton. He died before I worked here." Caleb's face changed then, just a little. That professional locked door look cracked around the edges. The phone clicked. A dispatcher came on, distant and bored. "Lower Merion Township Police." "What's the address of your concern?" Caleb straightened. "This is Haverford Family Pharmacy at 714 Lancaster Avenue. We're experiencing suspicious electronic prescriptions and possible tampering at the building. Our automatic doors opened twice without entry, and there appears to be an unknown item at our rear entrance." The dispatcher paused. Keyboard sounds tapped faintly through the line. "Is anyone attempting to enter the business?" "Not currently." "Any threats made?" "No." "Any visible person outside?" Caleb looked at the monitor. It had cycled back to the loading area. The white object was still there, flattened by rain, reflecting light in a dull, rectangular smear. "No visible person," he said. "But we have reason to believe someone may be targeting the pharmacy systems." "What kind of reason?" Caleb hesitated. I could see him deciding how much of the truth would make us sound unstable. "Electronic prescriptions are being sent under a physician's name for deceased patients," he said. The dispatcher went quiet again. Maya made a small, helpless gesture, like "see." The dispatcher said, "Sir, that sounds like something to report to the prescriber or your software vendor." "One of the names is connected to an employee," Caleb said, his voice tighter now. "A deceased family member who was never our patient." That got another pause. "Are you in immediate danger?" the dispatcher asked. Caleb looked at me. I hated that question. I hated how it made danger sound like a light switch, either on or off. I wanted to say yes, because my father's name was on the screen, and something white was lying outside the back door, and the sedan had not moved. I wanted to say no, because no one had pointed a weapon at us. No window was broken. No one had screamed. Caleb said, "We don't know. All available units are tied up with weather-related incidents right now," the dispatcher said. "If you feel unsafe, lock your doors and remain inside. I can create a call for service, but response may be delayed." "How delayed?" "I can't provide an exact time." "Should we retrieve the item outside?" "I can't advise you to open the door if you believe there may be someone outside." Maya mouthed, "Then don't." Caleb asked, "Can you send someone? I'll enter it. Stay on the line if circumstances change. Call 911 if there's an active threat." The call ended with a soft plastic click. For a moment, no one moved. Then the store lights flickered, once, hard enough that the front aisles blinked gray and came back. Maya's hand shot to the counter. "No." Caleb looked up at the ceiling. "Storm." The lights flickered again, longer this time. The pharmacy computers stayed on, backed by the power conditioner under the counter. But the overheads dipped until everything looked filmed through dirty water. The refrigerators behind us made a strained mechanical groan and resumed their hum. I knew enough about the pharmacy to understand what mattered. The vaccine fridge, the refrigerated insulin. The temperature logs Caleb checked every hour. If power went out and stayed out, there were procedures: backup coolers, gel packs, transfer protocols, documentation. Boring on paper, expensive in real life, dangerous if ignored. The computer chimed again. Another prescription. Maya said, "Turn it off." Caleb shook his head. "I can't just shut down the system." "Why not?" "Because if a real urgent prescription comes in, we need to receive it." "At 2 in the morning." "Yes, at 2 in the morning." Antibiotics, inhalers, post-ER pain meds. People need medication overnight. Dead people, his eyes snapped to her. Maya flinched, then folded her arms like she regretted showing it. I said, "Caleb." He looked at me. "That one was my father. Whoever is doing this knows my name." "Or got into HR records," Caleb said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Employee file, emergency contact, old insurance documents." My dad was never my emergency contact. My aunt is. Maya glanced toward the back door. Maybe the thing outside is for Nora. Nobody liked that sentence. The HVAC cut off. The sound disappeared so suddenly the pharmacy seemed to inhale. Without it, I could hear smaller things: rain tapping the metal sill outside the rear entrance, the old wall clock above the consultation room ticking with a dry plastic snap, one of the refrigerators clicking as its compressor cycled. Then the security monitor went black. Maya said, "Caleb." The screen blinked, came back. Black and white front door. Aisle 2, loading area. The white object was gone. I stepped closer. "Where did it go?" Caleb leaned toward the monitor, squinting. Maybe wind moved it. It was right against the door. Rain runoff, maybe. The camera cycled again. Front door, aisle 4, back corridor. The rear hallway camera showed the inside of the staff entrance. The gray metal door, the keypad, the mop bucket, the stack of flattened cardboard waiting for morning pickup. Something slid under the back door. Not far, just the edge of a white envelope pushed through the weather stripping and onto the rubber mat. Maya let out one sharp sound. Nope, no, absolutely not. The envelope stopped halfway in, trapped under the door. Rainwater darkened one corner. The three of us stood behind the pharmacy counter, separated from that back hallway by 20 feet of tile and the swinging half door, and none of that distance felt useful. Caleb said, "Stay here." "No," I said. He looked at me. "Nora, if it has my dad's name on it, I'm looking." "That is exactly why you shouldn't." I hated him for being right. I hated that even more than being scared. My hands had gone cold and clumsy, the same useless feeling I remembered from the hospital bedrail, from the code team moving around me while I stood locked inside myself. My flaw, if I had to name it, was not fear exactly. It was delay. That horrible blank second when I knew action was needed and could not make my body choose one. I had promised myself I would never do that again. And now Caleb was telling me to stay put. Maya said, "Don't open the door, just pull the envelope in." Caleb opened a drawer and took out a pair of blue nitrile gloves. "Nobody touches it barehanded." "You're touching it?" Maya asked. "I'm moving it away from the door so it doesn't get soaked or pulled back out." "Pulled back out by who?" He didn't answer. The computer chimed again, then again. 2 new prescriptions. Caleb froze with one glove half on. I moved to the workstation before he could tell me not to. The first new name was Ruth Ann Mercer. I didn't know her. The second was Patrick Bell, my younger brother, alive. For 3 seconds, my mind rejected what I was seeing. Patrick was 24, living in Pittsburgh, working warehouse nights, and sending me memes at hours when normal people slept. He had asthma as a kid. He was alive. He was irritatingly, loudly alive. The medication listed was albuterol solution for a nebulizer. The prescriber was Dr. Annika Rao. The insurance approval was pending. Not deceased, not a ghost in a database. My brother. My phone was in my hand before I remembered pulling it out. I called him. It rang once, twice, 3 times, then voicemail. "Pick up," I whispered. Maya came beside me. "Is that someone you know?" "My brother." Caleb turned from the hallway. "Living?" "Yes." Maya's face drained of color. I called again. Same ringing. Voicemail. I texted, "Call me right now. Are you okay?" The message showed delivered but unread. The pharmacy phone rang. All of us jumped. The sound was too loud in the quiet store, harsh and old-fashioned. Caleb looked at the caller ID screen. His mouth tightened. Unknown caller. "Don't answer," Maya said. Caleb answered. "Haverford Family Pharmacy, pharmacist speaking." At first, I heard nothing. Then a faint, wet crackle came through the receiver, like a phone being held too close to rain. Caleb's eyes lifted to mine. He pressed speaker. A voice said, "Is Nora Bell working tonight?" It was male, or trying to sound male. Low, flattened, with a cheap digital buzz around the edges. Not a movie villain voice. More like someone speaking through a bad Bluetooth connection in a car with the windows cracked. Maya whispered, "Hang up." Caleb said, "Who is this?" "Is Nora Bell working tonight?" I did not move. My phone kept ringing Patrick on speaker at my hip, his voicemail beginning again in its bright, recorded way. "Hey, it's Pat. Leave it." Caleb said, "I'm the pharmacist on duty. You can speak to me." The caller breathed, or maybe rain hit whatever device he was using. "The Bell prescription needs to be ready in 20 minutes. Caleb's voice went hard. "Which Bell prescription?" A small pause. "The living one." Maya put both hands over her mouth. I stepped forward, but Caleb held one hand out, palm low, telling me to wait. He said, "We do not fill prescriptions based on threats from anonymous callers." The caller gave a soft laugh that barely counted as one. "You filled things for dead people all night." "No, we didn't, but you printed them." Caleb looked toward the dead label printer. The unplugged cord dangled behind the counter. "You watching us?" he asked. The line crackled. 20 minutes, the caller said. "Put Patrick Bell's medication in a bag and leave it at the back door." No police, no calls, no alarm. Caleb said, "That medication isn't even approved." "It will be." The call ended. For half a second, none of us breathed right. Then my phone buzzed. Not Patrick. A text from an unknown number. A photo. I opened it with my thumb already shaking. It showed Patrick's driver's license on a wet surface. His face grinning in that awful DMV lighting. One eyebrow slightly higher than the other. Beside it lay his inhaler, blue plastic scuffed white at the edges. Maya said, "Oh my God." Caleb took one look and reached for the pharmacy phone again. "This is now 911. I grabbed his wrist. He looked at me, shocked. "I'm not saying don't call," I said, and my voice sounded scraped raw. "I'm saying if he's got Patrick, we call. If he sees us call, we still call." Maya said, "Can we call from the bathroom?" away from windows. Caleb pulled his wrist free, softer than he could have. Good, Maya, go to the restroom. Call 911 from your cell. Tell them hostage threat, possible surveillance, prescription extortion. Same address. Stay away from the front windows. Maya nodded too quickly and nearly slipped on the tile, turning around. The lights flickered again. This time, they did not come fully back. The front of the store sank into emergency lighting, red exit signs, and dull battery-backed strips along the aisles. The pharmacy computers beeped as the UPS units kicked in. Behind us, one refrigerator alarm began to chirp. High, repetitive, clinical. Caleb swore under his breath. Power's out. The storm pressed harder against the building, rain striking the roof in waves. The vaccine fridge display blinked amber. The computer with Patrick's prescription stayed alive, running on backup power. A new notification appeared. Insurance approved. Copay, $0. I stared at the screen. Caleb stared too. The concrete problem, the one the night finally shoved into our hands, was suddenly clear enough to hurt. 20 minutes, an unknown person possibly holding my brother's ID and inhaler, demanding a medication bag left at the back door while the power failed, cameras glitched, refrigeration alarms sounded, and police response was already delayed by the storm. Procedure said call 911 and shelter. My brother's license said move. Maya shouted from the hallway, Nora. Her voice had changed. Caleb and I ran. She was standing outside the restroom, phone in hand, staring at the rear hallway camera monitor mounted above the employee lockers. The screen showed the inside back door again. The envelope was still half under it, but now something else lay beside it. A pharmacy tote, one of ours, gray plastic, red lid, the kind used for prescription deliveries. It had not been there 10 seconds ago. The back door handle moved once, down, up, testing the lock. Then a knock came through the metal. 3 soft taps, patient, almost polite. Caleb stepped in front of me. The refrigerator alarm kept chirping behind us. The computer at the counter chimed again, announcing Patrick Bell's prescription was ready to fill. The knock did not come again right away. That was worse. If someone had pounded, yelled, rattled the door, I think my body would have understood what to do. Panic has shapes it recognizes. A fist on metal, a shout, glass breaking. But 3 soft taps, followed by patient waiting, made the back hallway feel like a room in someone else's house, where we had accidentally walked in on a private conversation. Caleb held one hand out, keeping me behind him. His other hand gripped the pharmacy phone so hard his knuckles looked pale under the emergency light. Maya stood by the employee lockers with her cell pressed to her ear. The restroom door was open behind her, showing a strip of white tile and the automatic air freshener mounted over the sink. Her braid had come loose from her hoodie, damp strands stuck to the side of her face. She put me on hold, Maya whispered. 911 put you on hold, I said. No dispatch transferred me. They said units are responding when available. Behind us, the refrigerator alarm kept chirping from the pharmacy counter. Every 5 seconds, sharp, accusing, the kind of sound designed to make you act. Caleb said low, Nora, go back to the fill station. Do not touch Patrick's prescription. Check if the phones are recording. Recording what? The call log, anything. Screenshot the cue. Another tap came through the back door. One this time. Maya flinched so hard her shoulder hit the lockers. I looked at the monitor above her. The rear hallway camera showed the gray tote sitting on the mat, red lid beaded with rain. The white envelope remained wedged under the door. The metal handle was still. No person. No shoes visible beneath the door. Just the tote, the envelope, and the door. The layout of Haverford Family Pharmacy had always seemed simple until that night. Front entrance facing the parking lot and Wawa. Long retail aisles running straight back. Pharmacy counter on the rear left side, behind a half door and locked gate. Consultation room tucked beside the counter. Employee hallway behind pharmacy, leading to the restroom, lockers, break nook, and rear delivery door. One way in for customers. One way in for deliveries. Plenty of shelves and corners in between. Too many blind spots once the lights were gone. I backed toward the pharmacy counter, one step at a time, not wanting to turn away from the back hallway. The emergency strips along the aisle floors made everything waist-high look detached from everything above it. Bottles of shampoo and cold medicine became dull blocks. The hanging signs, pain relief, digestive health, first AID swayed lightly from the HVAC dying and restarting on backup. The computer was still alive. Patrick Bell's prescription sat in the queue, highlighted in yellow now, ready for pharmacist verification. I took photos of the screen with my phone. My hands shook enough that the first one blurred. I forced myself to take another, then another, including the timestamp. The pharmacy phone rang again. I nearly dropped my phone. Caleb looked from me to the hallway, then answered on speaker from where he stood near the lockers. Haverford Family Pharmacy. The same distorted voice came through. "You're wasting minutes," Caleb said. "Police have been called." Maya squeezed her eyes shut. The caller breathed into the line. "That was stupid." "Where is Patrick?" I said. Caleb shot me a warning look, but I stepped closer to the phone. "Where is my brother?" A pause, then, "You have 17 minutes. Let me talk to him." "No, then I don't know he's alive." The line crackled. Rain, maybe. A car signal, maybe. For one wild second, I thought he might actually put Patrick on, and that possibility opened something in me so sharp I almost couldn't stand upright. Instead, the caller said, "Check the envelope." Caleb's jaw tightened. "We are not opening the back door." "You don't have to." The call ended again. The envelope lay half inside the building, waiting. Maya whispered, "That means they can see it." "Or they saw it on camera before the monitor glitched," Caleb said. "They said check it, Caleb." I heard. Attempt 1 was Caleb's idea. Get proof without giving the person outside what they wanted. He took the long metal reacher from the stockroom, the kind Maya used to pull items from high shelves, and a pair of gloves. We moved as a tight, awkward group down the employee hallway, passing the lockers on the right, the restroom on the left, and the little break shelf with Caleb's coffee mug abandoned beside a granola bar wrapper. The rear delivery door sat at the end. Gray metal, panic bar, keypad, a narrow wired glass window at eye level, but rain and darkness made it useless. The envelope protruded under the bottom edge. Caleb crouched 5 feet back, stretched the reacher, pinched the wet corner and pulled. For 1 second, it didn't move. My breath stopped. Then it slid free with a soft, scraping sound. Maya made a strangled noise, half fear, half relief. Caleb carried it back to the pharmacy counter like evidence, laid it on a clean counting tray, and cut it open with scissors instead of tearing it. Inside was a folded sheet of paper sealed in a plastic sandwich bag. No note written in blood. No teeth. No lock of hair. Just a printout. It was a medication profile from our own pharmacy system. Mine, my employee discount account, my phone number, my address in Ardmore, my aunt listed as emergency contact. And at the bottom, under a section I had never seen printed before, the names of family members I had used on shared insurance years ago. Thomas Bell, Patrick Bell, the old insurance group number. Caleb stared at it. That shouldn't be accessible from the fill queue, he said. Could someone who works here print it? I asked. Not this way. Not with deceased scripts attached. Not from outside. Maya pointed at the corner of the page. What's that? A tiny footer showed a terminal name, Consult 2. Caleb looked toward the consultation room. The consultation room was 10 feet from us. A little glass-walled office with a desk, 2 chairs, a blood pressure cuff, a sharps container, and an old workstation used mostly for vaccine paperwork. Its blinds were half closed. The computer inside should have been asleep. Its monitor was on. A blue login screen glowed through the slats. Maya whispered, "Was that on before?" "No," Caleb said. We stood there, suddenly aware of the consultation room as a place someone could have been. It connected only to the pharmacy side, not the public aisles. No exterior door. No hiding space except under the desk, maybe behind the exam curtain folded in the corner. Caleb picked up the stapler from the counter. It was heavy, black, ridiculous as a weapon. "Stay behind me," he said. "Stop saying that," I said, but I stayed behind him anyway. He pushed the consultation room door open with his foot. The hinges squeaked softly. Empty. The desk chair was tucked in. The sharps bin lid was closed. The box of alcohol pads sat where it always sat. The monitor showed a login prompt, and in the lower corner, a warning that the session had been disconnected. Maya let out a laugh that sounded almost like a sob. "Okay, so not a person. Remote session," Caleb said. "What?" "Someone connected remotely to this terminal. Can they still?" He moved to the keyboard, then stopped before touching it. Maybe not. A sound came from under the desk, a buzzing vibration. Maya grabbed my arm. Caleb lifted the stapler. The buzzing came again, rattling against metal. For a second, all 3 of us stared at the dark gap below the desk where the chair shadow fell. My mind filled it with impossible shapes, a hand, a phone held by someone crouched there, a face tilted upward. Caleb yanked the chair back. A phone slid into view. Not a burner, not some sinister black device. Maya's phone, she blinked. "That's mine." It buzzed again with an incoming call from dispatch. The terrifying thing under the desk became explainable in the stupidest way. Maya had set her phone down earlier when she ran to the restroom, and it had slipped off the desk or been knocked by the dangling charger cord. She snatched it up, face twisted with embarrassment and fear. "Don't," she said before either of us spoke. "Just don't." Caleb softened. Answer, she did. Hello, yes, we're still here. Yes, there's someone at the back door. No, we haven't opened it. She listened, then looked at Caleb. They said officers are still delayed. They want us to lock ourselves in an interior room if possible. We have controlled substances, patient data, and a person outside demanding medication, Caleb said. Maya repeated none of that into the phone. She just said, okay. Okay, but please hurry. Attempt 2 was mine. I called Patrick again. Then I called his roommate, Drew, whose number I only had because Patrick had once left his phone in an Uber, and used mine to coordinate getting it back. Drew answered on the 5th ring, groggy and annoyed. Drew Halpern, 25 male, was Patrick's roommate in Pittsburgh, a broad-voiced night warehouse guy who always sounded like he was eating cereal even when he was. Who is this? Drew, it's Nora. Patrick's sister. Is Pat home? No, he's at work. What work site tonight? Strip District Warehouse. Why, can you call him? He doesn't answer when he's loading. Drew, listen to me. Has he lost his wallet, his inhaler? The sleep left Drew's voice. What? Check his room, please. I heard movement, a door opening, a light switch clicking. The ordinary apartment sounds almost broke me. A drawer, a closet, Drew breathing harder. His spare inhaler S here, Drew said. Wallet S not. But he'd have his wallet at work. What about his nebulizer? He hasn't used that thing in years. The line crackled. Then Drew said, wait, what? There's a text from him in the group chat. Like 20 minutes ago, he said, forgot wallet, coming back after shift. Does that sound like him? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He abbreviates everything usually. Call his workplace. I don't have the supervisor number. Find it. I'm looking. Behind me, Caleb was at the main computer trying to kill the remote access session. He had unplugged the network cable from Consult 2, then returned to the main station. The prescription system still showed activity. Ruth Ann Mercer moved from pending to approved. Another dead patient appeared, then another. Maya stood at the pharmacy gate facing the front store, holding the metal reacher like a spear. The dark sedan outside finally moved. Its headlights came on. Maya said, car. Caleb and I turned. Through the front windows, we saw the sedan roll slowly across the far side of the parking lot, tires hissing through standing water. It passed the dry cleaner, swung toward the pharmacy, then stopped near the curb directly in front of our doors. Headlights washed the aisles white. The automatic doors opened. This time the chime sounded. Maya backed up. No, no, no. A figure got out of the sedan carrying something rectangular. Caleb grabbed the phone. Get behind the counter. The person hurried toward the entrance, hood up, shoulders hunched against the rain. The rectangular object was flat and pale in their hands. My brain made it a weapon before my eyes could correct it. Then the person stepped into the emergency lighting, and we saw the DoorDash logo on the bag. A delivery driver, mid-20s male, soaked through, holding a pizza box and a paper drink carrier. He froze when he saw the three of us staring like cornered animals. He said. Caleb. Caleb's face collapsed into confusion. What? Order for Caleb, Maya laughed once, too loud, then covered her mouth. Caleb looked humiliated and furious at the same time. I ordered that 2 hours ago. The driver, whose name tag read Eli, shifted uncomfortably. Power S out on City Ave. Roads are trash. sorry. For 10 seconds, the whole terrible night bent around this ordinary, ridiculous mistake. Pizza. A delivery order limping in late through a storm. A person in a dark sedan who had nothing to do with dead prescriptions or my brother's inhaler. Then Eli said, also, some guy by your back door asked if I worked here. The air changed again. Caleb stepped forward. What guy? I don't know, hoodie, baseball cap, standing under the loading awning. I thought he was taking a smoke break. Did you see his face? Not really. When? Like 30 seconds ago. I parked back there first because GPS took me around the building. He asked if I was pharmacy staff. I said no, DoorDash. He told me front entrance was open. Maya whispered. He sent him around front. Eli looked between us. Is something happening? Caleb said. Leave now. Don't go around back. Drive straight to the Wawa and call 911. Tell them there is a man at our rear delivery entrance. Eli did not argue. His face had gone slack with fear. He set the pizza on the nearest display of cough drops and backed out into the rain. The automatic doors closed. At the same time, the pharmacy system chimed again. Patrick Bell's prescription status changed. Filled, ready for pickup. Caleb looked at the counter. No one had filled it. No one had printed a label. No one had counted anything. But on the screen, the system showed a completed bag number and pickup location, rear delivery. Caleb whispered, "That's not possible." From the back hallway came the sound of plastic scraping. We ran to the rear monitor. The gray tote was gone. The envelope was gone. And the back door, which had been locked all night, now showed a green light on the keypad. Unlocked. Caleb sprinted down the hall and slammed his palm against the door just as the handle began to move from the outside. He threw the deadbolt manually. Metal clacked hard into metal. A shoulder hit the other side. Once, Maya screamed. The impact shook dust from the top of the doorframe. I grabbed the rolling vaccine cooler from beside the fridge and shoved it toward Caleb. He jammed it against the base of the door, then dragged the mop bucket in front of it. It was pathetic as a barricade. It was something. The refrigerator alarm became a continuous tone. The vaccine fridge display flashed red now. Backup temperature range exceeded. Caleb stared at it, torn in two directions so visibly it hurt. Protect the door, protect the medications, protect us, protect the record, protect the rules. My phone buzzed. A text from Patrick. For one wild second, relief flooded me so hard my knees almost buckled. Then I read it. Stop calling. Put the bag outside or he comes in. Below it was a photo taken through the pharmacy's front window. Us, Maya at the gate, Caleb at the rear hall, me holding my phone under the dead white light of the prescription counter. The photo had been taken from inside the store. Not outside, inside. I lifted my head slowly. The aisles stretched toward the front entrance, dim and red-edged under emergency lighting. The consultation room was behind us. The rear door was blocked. The front doors were 30 yards away. Between those points were 4 aisles, end caps, a blood pressure machine, a seasonal candy display, and a late pizza cooling on cough drops. Somewhere in the store, something clicked softly. A shelf tag, a shoe, a phone camera locking. Caleb saw my face. What? I turned the screen toward him. Maya read the text and began to cry without making sound. The point of no return was not the man outside. It was not the dead prescriptions, or the power outage, or even Patrick's name in the queue. It was understanding that we had spent the last 20 minutes guarding the back door, while someone else was already inside with us. For a second, nobody moved. The picture on my phone showed us from the front left side of the store, somewhere near the greeting cards or seasonal candy display. It had caught Caleb in profile, shoulder braced toward the rear hall. Maya stood with both hands around the metal reacher. I was at the counter, phone lifted, face washed flat by emergency light. The person who took it had been close enough to hear us breathe. Caleb looked from the photo to the aisles. His voice dropped into something stripped down and practical. Maya, gate, lock it. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand. What? Pharmacy gate. Now. The pharmacy counter had a waist-high half door, and above it, a rolling metal security gate used after hours if the pharmacy closed while the front store stayed open. We never used it on overnight shifts because the pharmacy was never supposed to be closed. Maya grabbed the chain and yanked. The gate came down with a rough metallic chatter, too loud, too final, slamming into the floor track between us and the retail aisles. The sound echoed through the store. Something shifted near aisle 2. A plastic bottle tipped and hit the floor. Once, then rolled. Maya froze with her hand still on the chain. Caleb whispered, "Lights." "What lights?" she whispered back. "Flashlights, phones, aim low." I turned on my phone flashlight, hating how small and bright it was, how it made everything outside the beam darker. Caleb did the same. Maya held hers in one shaking hand and the reacher in the other. The store beyond the gate looked like a bad photograph. Red exit glow, wet footprints near the front mat, the DoorDash pizza abandoned on the cough drop display. A display of Valentine's clearance candy, even though it was May, because our manager never threw away seasonal inventory when he could mark it down again. Aisle 1, cosmetics and travel toiletries. Aisle 2, cold medicine and pain relief. 3, digestive health and sleep aids. Aisle 4, first aid, braces, thermometers, blood pressure machine at the end. Beyond that, front doors, glass, rain, empty parking lot. The rolling bottle stopped somewhere in aisle 2. Caleb lifted the pharmacy phone, then stopped. The landline had no dial tone now. Power outage had taken the old system with it. "Maya," he said, "your cell." She looked down. "Still connected to dispatch. Tell them we have an intruder inside. We are locked behind the pharmacy gate. Back door is compromised. Possible second person outside." She spoke into the phone, too fast at first, then slower when the dispatcher asked her to repeat. Her voice cracked on inside. A sound came from behind us. The rear door. The man outside threw his shoulder into it again. The vaccine cooler jumped an inch. The mop bucket scraped. Caleb turned, torn between the front aisles and the back hallway. The continuous refrigerator alarm drilled through the air, making it hard to tell where anything else was. Another impact. The deadbolt held, but the doorframe made a wooden cracking sound under the metal trim. "We can't stay here," Caleb said. "Where do we go?" Maya asked. "Consultation room." "No," I said. "That's where the terminal was. It has a door. It has glass walls. Everything has glass walls. The person in the store spoke then, not loudly. Nora. My name came from aisle 2. Maya made a noise like she'd been punched. Caleb raised his flashlight. Stay where you are, a laugh. Real this time, not distorted by a phone. Male, close, youngish, maybe late 20s or 30s. You still don't understand what's being filled. Caleb said, show your hands. Pharmacist voice, the man said, very official. A shape moved behind the cold medicine shelf, hood up, baseball cap low. One hand visible, holding a phone, the other down by his side. Caleb said, hands. The man stepped into the end of the aisle. He was lean, pale, rain darkening his hoodie across the shoulders, as if he had been in and out of the storm all night. Late 30s, maybe, male. A scrub top showed under his unzipped sweatshirt, wrinkled blue, the kind used in clinics and nursing homes. He had a disposable mask pulled under his chin and a pharmacy delivery badge clipped backward at his waist. Not ours, but similar enough that someone busy might not look twice. Maya whispered, that's the guy Eli saw. The man smiled at her. Eli talks too much. Caleb kept his light on him. Name, come on, Caleb. Caleb stiffened. You know me, the man said, not face to face. But I've watched you deny refills for people you never had to look at. Caleb's face had gone tight with concentration. You worked for Medlink. The man tipped his head. Medlink was the courier service we used for assisted living deliveries when family members couldn't pick up. Gray totes, red lids, people with badges who came to the rear door during day shift, signing screens, joking with the pharmacists, disappearing before anyone learned their last names. The man said, worked, past tense, cleaned out lockers on Friday. Caleb said, what's your name? Ryan Voss, 38, male, since everyone in healthcare loves a complete profile. He said it like a joke, only he understood. Maya's phone whispered in her hand. The dispatcher was still there. Maya held it low, screen against her thigh, letting it listen. Ryan noticed anyway. His eyes flicked to it. Put that down. No, Caleb said. Ryan's other hand lifted. He had a box cutter. Not dramatic. Not huge. A cheap folding utility knife, orange plastic handle, blade extended less than an inch. The kind we used to open shipments. The kind nobody thinks about until it is in someone's hand. Maya stopped breathing audibly. The back door boomed again. Ryan glanced toward the hallway. He's impatient. Who is he? I asked. Ryan looked at me. The living one's problem. My chest tightened. Where is Patrick? In Pittsburgh, probably confused and wheezing. The words hit worse because they sounded casual. You have him, I said. I had his stuff. Friend of a friend works security at his warehouse. Wallet out of a locker. Inhaler from his jacket. Phone clone took more work, but people make everything easy when they reuse passwords. My knees went weak with relief and horror at the same time. Patrick might not be tied up somewhere. Patrick might still be at work. Patrick might be having an asthma attack without his inhaler because of this man. Ryan's eyes stayed on my face, enjoying the math as I did it. See, not dead, not yet. That's the point. Caleb said, this is over. Police are coming. Ryan laughed softly. No, Caleb. Police are driving around flooded underpasses while you stand in a pharmacy full of cameras I turned on myself. The only thing coming fast is your fridge alarm. The refrigerator tone kept screaming. He was right about one thing. The sound was wearing us down. My teeth ached from it. My thoughts felt chopped into pieces. "What do you want?" Caleb asked. Ryan's smile faded. "Records," he said. "Proof. A bag." "What proof?" "Of every prescription you people denied after discharge overrides. Hospice holds. Prior authorization delays. All the little administrative ways people die while everyone says their hands are tied." Caleb's expression changed. "The dead patients." Ryan pointed the box cutter toward him. "Eleanor Pike, Martin Kessler, Denise Farrow, Ruth Mercer, my mother, Lillian Voss, if you bothered opening the next one." Caleb went still. I remembered Ruth Ann Mercer in the queue. Another name I hadn't known. Another dead person converted into a notification. Ryan said, "Your system remembers them. Insurance remembers them. Doctors remember them when they bill. But when they need pills on a Sunday night, suddenly everyone needs a code, a fax, a refill authorization, a callback that never comes." Caleb said quietly, "Your mother died." Ryan's face twitched. 3 months ago, he said. Bryn Mawr Hospital discharged her at 6 p.m. with medication changes nobody explained. Rao sent scripts. Your system got them. Insurance flagged them. Nobody called me. Nobody called her. She took the old dose because that's what was in her pill organizer. Caleb's voice softened. "I'm sorry. Don't. I mean it. Don't make your face do that." The box cutter lifted a little higher. Caleb stopped. Ryan looked at me. I needed someone working tonight who would understand what it feels like when a name comes back through a machine and nobody moves fast enough. My stomach turned. "You picked me because of my dad," I said. "I picked you because you froze once." The words landed so precisely that for a moment I could not hear the alarm. Caleb looked at me. Ryan nodded toward the printed profile on the counter. "You left nursing school after a code. It's in notes people shouldn't write, but always do. Employment references. School withdrawal documentation. Everybody leaves a trail." Maya whispered, "You're sick." Ryan's head snapped toward her. "I'm organized." The back door hit again. This time the frame split visibly near the latch. Maya cried out. Ryan shouted toward the rear, "Not yet." Silence followed from outside. That was when I understood there were at least 2 of them. Ryan inside. Someone outside strong enough or desperate enough to break through the rear door. Caleb whispered to me, barely moving his lips. "Insulin fridge." "What?" "Alarm panel, under counter, manual silence." He meant the refrigerator alarm. If we silenced it, we could hear better. If we moved, Ryan might cut someone. Ryan heard the whisper or saw our eyes shift. He stepped forward. "Don't start planning." Maya swung the metal reacher through the gate. It was awkward and wild and brave. The end of it struck Ryan's wrist. The box cutter dropped. It clattered on the tile just inside aisle 2. Ryan lunged for it. Caleb grabbed the rolling gate through the bars and yanked upward just enough for me to duck under. "Nora, no," Maya yelled. But I was already moving. I went low, not toward Ryan, but toward the fallen box cutter. My shoulder hit the floor hard. Pain burst down my arm. I slid on spilled rainwater and knocked my hip against an end cap of cough drops, sending bags skidding everywhere. Ryan's fingers closed around my scrub sleeve, not my arm. sleeve. I twisted out of it, tearing the seam. Caleb came over the gate badly, one leg catching. He fell on the pharmacy side of the aisle, hit his knee, and still grabbed Ryan around the waist. Ryan swung an elbow back. It caught Caleb in the mouth. Caleb grunted and went down to one knee, blood immediately dark on his lip. I got my hand on the box cutter and folded the blade shut with my thumb. It bit me before it closed. A shallow cut, but hot and immediate. I threw it under the gate toward Maya. She kicked it back into the pharmacy. Ryan shoved Caleb into the cold medicine shelf. Bottles rained down. Children's cough syrup, lozenges, nasal spray, plastic cracks and little rattles everywhere. The rear door boomed again. The split frame widened. Ryan scrambled up, breathing hard, face changed now. Not calm, not clever, just angry. "You had one job," he snapped at me. "Fill the bag." "My brother isn't here," I said, clutching my bleeding thumb. Ryan's eyes sharpened. "No, but his supervisor got a call about a gas leak. Evacuated the loading bay. He's outside in the rain, no inhaler, no wallet, no idea why nobody will let him back in." My phone buzzed. Patrick. This time it was a call. I answered with shaking fingers. "Pat." He was coughing so hard he couldn't speak at first. "Nora." His voice came thin and ragged. "What the hell is going on?" Relief almost knocked me down. "Where are you?" "Outside work. Some alarm, someone took my inhaler. I can't find my wallet." "Why are cops calling Drew?" Ryan smiled. He had made the threat real without having to kidnap anyone. He had just removed what Patrick needed, then created the conditions for panic to do the rest. "Listen to me," I said. "Find security. Tell them you need EMS. Now, say asthma attack." "I'm not," he coughed again, rough and deep. "Patrick, do it now." Ryan moved. He came at me with no knife now, just his hands. Caleb caught him from the side, but Ryan drove them both into aisle 3. Maya screamed into the phone for dispatch. I backed toward the pharmacy counter, Patrick coughing in my ear, my thumb bleeding down my palm. Then the front doors opened. For half a second, I thought police. Not police. The outside man came in through the front. He must have given up on the back door and looped around. Big, male, 40s, dark jacket plastered to him. He carried the gray pharmacy tote in both hands like a battering ram. Later, I would learn his name was Dale Voss, 44, Ryan's older brother. But in that moment, he was only mass and rain and the smell of wet asphalt. Maya threw the reacher at him. It bounced off his shoulder. He shoved the tote into the rolling gate gap Caleb had left half raised. The gate buckled upward. Metal screamed. "Nora," Caleb shouted. Ryan broke free and sprinted toward the pharmacy counter. Everything narrowed, not metaphorically, actually narrowed. My vision cut down to objects. Vaccine cooler jammed by the rear hall. The black stapler on the counter. The unplugged label printer. The roll of prescription labels. The continuous red flash of the fridge display. My father's name still on a label folded under Caleb's keyboard. Patrick coughing through my phone. I did not freeze. I grabbed the loose label roll and hurled it at Ryan's face. It hit him in the cheek, not hard enough to stop him, but enough to make him blink. Then I picked up the stapler with both hands and swung. I didn't aim for his head. Some part of me still knew that would be harder to explain later, harder to live with. I hit his forearm as he reached for me. The stapler connected with a heavy, ugly crack. Ryan yelled and recoiled. Caleb slammed into him from behind. They went down between the pharmacy counter and the half-raised gate. Caleb's bad knee hit first. I heard him make a sound he tried to swallow. Dale forced the gate higher. Maya, crying openly now, grabbed the chain and wrapped it around her forearm, using her whole weight to pull the gate back down. The metal edge dropped onto Dale's tote and pinned it halfway. He cursed and shoved. I saw the gray tote's red lid pop open. Inside were not drugs. Inside were printed profiles, labels, dozens of them. Names of dead patients rubber banded in stacks. A laptop slick with rain. A small handheld badge copier. Patrick's blue inhaler. My inhaler, I said into the phone without meaning to. Patrick wheezed. What? The front doors remained open behind Dale, rain blowing in across the mat. Outside, headlights swept the lot, Eli's sedan at the Wawa maybe, or a passing car slowing down. Dale reached through the gate and grabbed Maya's wrist. She screamed. The sound changed me. I don't know a better way to say it. Up until then, I had been moving because I had to, because fear had cornered me. But when Dale's hand closed on Maya, 19 and terrified, and still holding that gate down with her own body, something in me stopped negotiating. I grabbed a bottle of hand sanitizer from the counter, snapped the pump top off against the edge, and squeezed it straight onto Dale's gripping hand. He shouted, startled more than injured. Maya yanked back. I threw the bottle at his face. It burst against his cheek and shoulder, alcohol gel splattering his eyes. He let go of the gate completely. Maya dropped the chain. The rolling gate crashed down. Dale's tote was trapped beneath it. His fingers were not. He stumbled back, cursing, wiping his eyes. Ryan bucked under Caleb and drove his injured forearm into Caleb's throat. Caleb choked and lost his grip. Ryan crawled toward the tote, toward the inhaler, toward the laptop. I stepped on his wrist, hard. He screamed. I nearly slipped in cough syrup and sanitizer, but I pressed down with everything I had. You don't get to use him, I said. Ryan looked up at me, face wet with sweat and rage. You think this stops anything? No, Caleb rasped, blood on his chin. But it stops you tonight. Maya had found the box cutter under the pharmacy counter. Closed. She held it in one fist like a stone, not opening it, just ready. Outside, sirens finally rose through the rain, not close enough to save us from what had happened, close enough to change what Ryan and Dale did next. Dale ran, bolted through the front doors into the storm, one hand still wiping at his eyes. Caleb tried to stand, failed, cursed through his teeth. Maya yelled his description into her phone. Ryan made one last desperate reach for the tote. I kicked it back under the gate, away from him. He grabbed my ankle. I fell backward and struck my head against the lower shelf of the pharmacy counter. White sparks popped across my vision. My phone skidded away, Patrick's voice tinny and frantic from the floor. Nora, Nora. Ryan pulled himself toward me. Caleb, limping badly now, grabbed one of the heavy prescription bins and smashed it down over Ryan's shoulders. Not graceful, not cinematic. plastic cracked. Ryan folded sideways, stunned. Maya came around the end of the counter and planted the metal reacher across Ryan's chest, pinning him from a distance. "Don't move," she sobbed. "Don't move, don't move, don't move." Ryan moved anyway, just a little. I took the closed box cutter from Maya's hand and slid it far under the nearest shelf where nobody could reach it quickly. Then I picked up Patrick's inhaler from the tote. My hand was slippery with blood from my thumb. The inhaler was real, scuffed blue plastic, white marks on the edges. I knew those marks because I had seen Patrick chew them nervous during our father's hospital visits. I grabbed my phone from the floor. "Pat," I said, breathing hard. "EMS. Did you find EMS?" He coughed. "Security called. They're here." "Nora, what happened?" I looked at Ryan on the floor, Caleb bleeding beside the gate, Maya shaking so hard the reacher rattled against the tile, the pharmacy aisles wrecked under emergency light, the tote full of dead people's names. "I didn't freeze," I said. Patrick was silent for a beat, except for his wheezing. Then he said, small and confused, "What?" Sirens filled the parking lot. Red and blue light broke across the front glass, turning the rain purple for a second at a time. A police cruiser angled hard across the entrance. Another followed. Officers came in with weapons drawn, shouting commands that sounded too loud and too late, and also like the best sound I had ever heard. Caleb raised both hands from where he knelt, one palm bloody. Maya dropped the reacher and folded down against the counter. I sat on the floor with Patrick's inhaler in my lap, my head throbbing, my thumb bleeding through a wad of paper towel, and watched Ryan Voss press his cheek to the tile as an officer cuffed him. The refrigerator alarm was still going. After everything, that was the sound that stayed. Not the sirens, not Ryan screaming, not Maya crying. That thin, practical alarm insisting something valuable had been left too long in the wrong conditions. And maybe it had. The police took my phone before they took my statement. Not because I was in trouble. They said that twice, maybe 3 times. One officer crouched beside me on the pharmacy floor and used the soft voice adults use with children and injured people, even though I was neither in the way he meant. "You're not under investigation, Nora. We just need to preserve the messages and photos." I nodded like I understood every word while staring at Patrick's inhaler sitting in an evidence bag on the counter. My thumb was wrapped in gauze by then. The cut from the box cutter wasn't deep enough for stitches, but it bled with stupid enthusiasm, soaking through the first paper towel and making my hand sticky. The back of my head had a lump from where I hit the lower shelf. Every few minutes, my vision fuzzed at the edges, and an EMT named Denise, not dead Denise Farrow, a different Denise, 39, female, with tired eyes and a silver wedding band would shine a penlight into my pupils and ask me what day it was. "Tuesday," I said the first time. "Technically Wednesday now," she said. "That feels unfair." She smiled without showing teeth. "Most overnights do." Caleb sat on a folding stool near the immunization room with an ice pack pressed to his mouth and another resting across his knee. His lip had split badly enough that blood kept darkening the towel under his chin. He answered every question from the officers carefully, even when his voice came out thick and pained. Yes, I unplugged the label printer before the system continued to receive prescriptions. No, I did not verify or dispense Patrick Bell's medication. Yes, the prescription status changed to filled without staff action. No, Ryan Voss was not currently employed by the pharmacy. Yes, Medlink couriers had previously accessed the rear delivery entrance during business hours. Maya sat in the greeting card aisle with a paramedic blanket around her shoulders. She had refused to go outside because the front doors still made her shake when they opened. An officer let her stay under the dim emergency lights while she gave her statement, her knees pulled close, one hand gripping the metal reacher across her lap, even after they told her she could put it down. "I know," she said when the officer asked gently. "I know it's not a weapon. I just want to hold it." So he let her. The store looked ridiculous after the violence passed. That was one of the first things I noticed. Not horrific, not cinematic, ridiculous. Cough syrup pooled in red and purple streaks under aisle 2. Bags of cough drops had split open like cheap piñatas. A display of marked down chocolate hearts lay crushed beneath Dale Voss's muddy boot prints. Caleb's DoorDash pizza sat untouched on the cough drop display. The cardboard bowed from humidity. The cheese congealed into one pale sheet. The refrigerator alarm finally stopped when the fire department brought in a portable generator. And Caleb, refusing medical transport until he completed the cold chain log, supervised the transfer of vaccines and insulin into emergency coolers. His hands shook when he wrote. He pretended they didn't. Ryan Voss lay handcuffed beside the front register for nearly 10 minutes before an ambulance crew took him. He had a broken wrist, or something close to it from where I stepped on him, and Caleb pinned him. He did not look at us after the officers got him up. He kept his eyes on the floor tiles, lips moving slightly, as if still counting prescriptions. Dale was caught 2 blocks away near the SEPTA station, slipping behind the dark storefronts on Haverford Station Road. Eli, the DoorDash driver, had stayed at the Wawa like Caleb told him, and when Dale ran across the parking lot, Eli pointed him out to the first cruiser. Later, Maya said Eli deserved a medal, and Caleb said Eli deserved a 5-star review. Neither of them laughed. Patrick called me from the back of an ambulance in Pittsburgh at 3:18 a.m. The officer had returned my phone temporarily, standing close while I answered. Patrick sounded embarrassed before he sounded scared, which was how I knew he was mostly okay. His breathing was still rough, but steadier. Security at the warehouse had found him near the employee lot, sitting under the overhang with his elbows on his knees, trying to convince everyone he was fine because he hated being fussed over more than he hated not breathing. "You're an idiot," I said. His laugh turned into a cough. "Good to hear your bedside manner improved. Did they give you albuterol?" "Yeah." "Neb oxygen. The whole dramatic package. Your inhaler was here." I figured when the cops asked if I knew a Ryan Voss. "You do?" "No, I don't know any Voss." "Nora, what the hell was this?" I looked at the pharmacy around me. the officers photographing the tote, the wet profiles spread carefully on absorbent pads, Dr. Rao's name appearing again and again on printed prescriptions for people who could no longer complain. "I don't fully know yet," I said. That was the truest thing I had said all night. The legal part came in layers. First, local police. Then, a detective from Montgomery County. Then, by mid-morning, a state investigator who used the phrase controlled prescription infrastructure with the grim satisfaction of someone naming a large problem correctly. By noon, the pharmacy chain's corporate security team arrived in matching navy jackets and expressions so blank they looked printed. They found Ryan had worked for MedLink until the previous Friday. He had not been a pharmacist, doctor, or pharmacy technician. He had been a courier supervisor with enough access to see delivery manifests, pickup procedures, patient names, and which facilities used after-hours services. That, combined with stolen credentials from someone at a clinic, a compromised remote access tool on Consult 2, and a badge copier ordered online, had let him make himself look official in all the boring places where people stop looking closely. The prescriptions for the dead were not meant to be filled. That was what Detective Albright, 46, male, explained to me 2 days later in a conference room at the police station, while I turned a paper cup of coffee between both hands. He had a square face, a buzz cut, and reading glasses he kept taking off and putting back on. He wanted attention, Albright said, but not random attention. He wanted to prove he could move names through the system after death. He wanted a record of approvals, rejections, timestamps, your reactions. He recorded parts of it through the compromised workstation. "Why, Patrick? To make you act." I looked at him. He didn't soften it. I appreciated that, in a way. Ryan had files on several employees at pharmacies along the delivery route, he said. "You were selected because of your family data, and because he found information about your nursing school withdrawal. He believed you would hesitate under pressure. He wrote that in a document on the laptop." I stared at the coffee cup until my eyes watered. What did he want in the bag? Initially, a staged pickup. He wanted the bag marked filled, placed at rear delivery, photographed, then used as proof that a pharmacy could be coerced into dispensing under pressure. But there were no drugs in the tote. No, the tote was evidence, his version of evidence. His mother, Albright, tapped his glasses against the table. Lillian Voss did die after a medication discrepancy following discharge. That much is true. Whether this pharmacy had any role is less clear. Preliminary review suggests the prescription delay happened between the hospital, the prescriber, and insurance authorization. Your pharmacy received a corrected order after she had already been readmitted. So Caleb didn't kill her. No, but someone failed her. Albright paused. Yes, he said, probably several someones in small, defensible ways. That sentence stayed with me longer than Ryan's threats. Small, defensible ways. It described too many terrible things. Dr. Annika Rao turned out to be real, furious, and alive. Her prescribing credentials had been used through a compromised office workstation after a medical assistant clicked a fake courier invoice link. Dr. Rao called Caleb personally after the news reached her. I was there when he took the call, his lips swollen, one knee braced, his face gray with exhaustion. "I'm sorry," he said into the phone, though I couldn't tell what exactly he was apologizing for. He listened. Then he said, "No." None were dispensed. Listened again. "I know." Another pause. "I know, doctor." After he hung up, he sat very still behind the pharmacy counter. The power had been restored by then. The lights were too bright. Every aisle had been mopped. The front doors opened and closed for normal customers buying normal things: allergy pills, bottled water, birthday cards, gum. Caleb looked at the label printer, newly plugged in and cleared by corporate IT. "I used to think the rules were enough," he said. "I was filing damaged product forms because corporate wanted paperwork for every bottle of cough syrup Ryan had knocked down." "They're better than nothing," I said. "That's not as comforting as you think. It wasn't meant to be." He smiled a little, then winced because of his lip. Maya came back 5 days later to pick up her final paycheck and ended up staying through half a shift because a line formed at the register, and she couldn't stand watching the new guy bag things wrong. She claimed this did not mean she was ready to work overnights again. "I'm switching to afternoons," she said, "where at least the weirdos have sunlight on them." She still jumped when the automatic doors opened with no one immediately visible. Usually, it was just someone slow behind the frame, or a cart triggering the sensor, or rain confusing the mat. Explainable things. That did not make them harmless to her body. Patrick recovered faster than I did, at least outwardly. Mailed me a replacement inhaler case as a joke, bright pink and covered in cartoon cats. Inside the package, he included a note: "For next time someone steals my lungs." I called him and yelled at him for making jokes. He said, "I'm alive. That's what jokes are for." I didn't have an answer to that. A week after the incident, I drove to my Aunt Marion's house and finally took Alina Pike's funeral card out from behind my visor. It had curled slightly from the heat trapped under the windshield. Aunt Marion, 61, female, lived in a brick duplex in Drexel Hill with too many houseplants and a kitchen that smelled permanently of toast. She listened while I told her the version I could tell without making her put her hand over her mouth too many times. When I finished, she took Alina's card and set it on the table between us. "You went back to work?" she asked. "Day shift?" "That's not what I asked." I watched steam rise from my mug. "Yes." She nodded, as if that answered something she had been worried about for years. Maybe it did. The ordinary returned in pieces, not all at once. I learned the sound of a real prescription printing again. I learned which customers liked conversation and which ones wanted their bags slid across silently. I learned to check the back hallway camera without holding my breath. Caleb made a habit of announcing every courier by name before opening the rear door, even ones he had known for years. Maya texted me photos of every weird door sensor glitch from afternoon shift, with captions like "Ghost Customer Wants Coupons," because that was how she took power back from things. Ryan Voss was charged with burglary, extortion, cyber intrusion, identity theft, assault, and a list of healthcare-related offenses I stopped trying to remember. Dale took a plea first. Ryan did not. His lawyer hinted at grief institutional failure, diminished judgment. All of that may have been true. None of it erased Maya's wrist bruises, or Caleb's limp, or Patrick sitting in the rain without his inhaler. The pharmacy replaced Consult 2, the rear keypad, the security cameras, and every procedure that could be revised without admitting the old ones had been fragile. Corporate sent us an email about resilience during an adverse event. Caleb printed it, taped it to the break room fridge, and wrote adverse event equals crime across the top in black marker. 2 months later, on my first overnight shift since the attack, I stood alone at 1:17 a.m. while Caleb counted controls and Maya, temporarily bribed by overtime, stocked toothpaste in aisle 1. The store sounded almost the same as before, refrigerators humming, printer resting, rain ticking lightly against the front glass, softer than that night, almost polite. Wawa glowing across the lot, the dry cleaner dark, the nail salon window reflecting nothing but our own aisles back at us. The label printer coughed. I looked at it, a prescription label curled out. For 1 second, I was back on the floor with Patrick coughing through my phone and Ryan's hand around my sleeve. Then I read the name. Living customer. Real prescription. Antibiotic from urgent care. I breathed out. Caleb looked over. You okay? Yeah, I said. And I was. Mostly. I peeled the label, smoothed it onto a bag, and tried not to stare at the printer like it might know something. The subtle thing happened later, just before dawn. I was taking damaged cardboard to the rear hallway when I noticed a small white rectangle tucked behind the edge of the mop bucket. At first, I thought it was an old shelf tag. Then I picked it up. It was a prescription label backing. Blank on the front. Adhesive gone. No medication, no barcode, no patient name. On the back, in tiny pencil writing, someone had written, Lillian Voss, ask who approved the override. No date. No signature. I stood there under the rear hallway light, listening to the building wake itself up around me. Compressor. Clock. Distant tires on wet pavement. Then I folded the backing once, put it in a clean evidence envelope from the box Caleb kept after the police investigation, and walked it to the safe. I did not tell myself it was nothing. I did not tell myself it was everything. I logged it. That was what I knew how to do now. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.